Hello? Dad? Is that you? What's up, friends? It is. We are live, right? Okay, we're good, we're good. Oh, he's there. And there. Okay, what's up, friends? How we doing? It is Thursday. And as you can hear, we have some Path of Exile business going on, but it seems a little off. I'm curious to know why, but it does sound intentional. So, yeah. What's going on with this week? That's the question. I did not type out my notification because as soon as I went to go live, I found out one of my hard drives exploded. So that's sick. That's why we have no little live on both picture over there. It's because the hard drive that was on exploded. So I pointed the wrong way. It's over there, actually, or was over there. PoE1 announcement time. All right. Notification sent out like a professional streamer. Feels good, man. We got a notepad out for some notes. Let's go, dude. Just 3 minutes. And look at that. My favorite emote of all time. All over the place. You can log in, dude. Starting to make me wonder, is the new league like gonna affect the whole game? Because I thought it was just gonna be an Atlas thing, you know, it's called Secrets of the Atlas and everything. But it really, considering all of the themes of the game are getting messed up, is it like seeping into the entire game? Which does sound rather large scale for something, or for, you know, a league that they put together after crunching on PoE2 for so long. I don't know. There's only one way to find out, and that's to sit here for 2.5 more minutes, I guess. Also, is that synthesis stuff I'm seeing? That looks vaguely synthesis adjacent, doesn't it? Are they bringing it back, like, for real? Is there hope? Probably not. In the interview with Jonathan Rogers, Talkative Try kept saying that Zana's coming back, and then Jonathan didn't say anything about that. Not really 100% certain that that ever got confirmed that Zana's coming back, or if it was just an assumption based on the flower petals, because that was Zana's big thing. But like, it could just be Kirak going crazy. I forget what the reasoning was for that. But it could be. It could be. It's time. Almost. Oh, also, yo, change my game. This is PoE League, not PoE2. Bro, but we're gonna be playing PoE2 as soon as it's done. Cause I don't want to play PoE1 yet. I want to see the PoE2 update that they announced a while ago before we get into PoE1, and that should be this week. So that's the game for this week. Right, that's kind of what I was hoping. Like, by the way, when this is done, you can go check out the update in PoE2 because we got that out today. Did they really? Okay, hell yeah. I want to go like do 3 maps and find an Astramantis, a headhunter. Oh, hello?
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear.
Hi, Jonathan.
And today we're here to showcase a new expansion for PoE1. It's certainly been too long since we had one of these. Now, we had some struggles as a studio for a little while there.
Is that loud enough?
We've got our shit together, and we're back in action now.
Got our shit back together.
Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June. And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE1 and 2.
Hell yeah, brother.
That means the next PoE2 League will be in August, and the next PoE1 League after that will be in October. Twitch drops are enabled on today's livestream, so you'll be able to claim your Skull of Undeath helmet skin by following the instructions below. This Skull of Undeath will track and show your total number of kills, deaths, and your KDR. Just because Path of Exile isn't a first-person shooter doesn't mean this isn't important.
Wait, it's not?
Proudly or shamefully, link it to your friends or in global chat to show it off. And with that, let's get to why you're here. Secrets of the Atlas.
You can search 1,000 worlds and still never truly discover who you
That's not Zana.
Trust me. I should know.
Those look like synthesis bookcases is all I'm saying.
Now, I seek something more tangible. Someone I care for. Trapped within the Atlas.
Oh, it is Zana.
Reliving memories. Made real. What have you done? Made grotesque.
Bro, what?
Made foul.
So wait, is this actually Synthesis 2? Zana edition?
These manifestations must be destroyed. Their threads must be...
That was an Arbiter attack if ever I saw one.
I must have answers. We must find the originator. We must save my sister.
He had 2 kids?
The power is an illusion made real.
King's March updates. They're doing more to Masteries?
Drink deep the waters of life.
You're either a client or a target.
Target inside.
The D4 mercenary system? What the fuck is that? Oh, that was the mercenary equipment. Oh, D3 mercenary system, I meant.
Your sanity is not promised to you here.
Bro, what the fuck?
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts.
Hi, Mark Roberts.
Game director on Path of Exile. As you just saw from the trailer, there's a lot to show you. Today, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas endgame update. Then, we'll explore the new Challenge League, the Mercenaries of Trathus. After that, we'll cover the integration of gold into PoE1 and how we're bringing Settlers of Kalgur into the core game.
Settlers
Finally,
to
we have a
core.
much-awaited upgrade to Betrayal League and a set of quality of life improvements.
Hey, yo, new
Then
races?
we'll wrap up by discussing our boss kill race event,
Or is that just loading
showing you
start
our
one?
new supporter packs, and ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Jonathan and I
Damn
your
it.
questions from Twitch chat. In Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas, strange rifts have begun to appear across the Atlas. Zana has returned and appears to be trapped within. Partway through the endgame, you will meet Egan, an intelligent man of mysterious heritage.
It's not
These
mysterious.
tears in reality he has discovered are actually threads of memory, distorted and made real by the Atlas. Egan is able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Working with Egan, you must step through and find Zana, or whatever remains of her. Okay, so that's the story background, but how does this expansion actually work?
Well, tell
In
me,
the
Mark.
Secrets of the Atlas, the pursuit of Zana with Egon is a new storyline that is introduced in high-tier maps. Upon meeting Egan and discovering the tier, he will then transfer it to your map device and reveal this on your Atlas, a thread of memories.
Ah,
In
like
order
Atlas
to
memories.
now access each map on the thread, you simply need to talk to Egan when you're ready, and he'll open the areas in sequence. These areas can be fully influenced by your Atlas tree, scarabs, fragments, and everything of the sort. As you work your way along the thread, you will discover that these maps have manifested dangerous threats, influenced by the memories of Zana herself. Monsters here are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them to absorb this power, which can be unleashed as a special ability during combat. Different maps on the thread have different abilities, and these abilities appear on an additional mini skill bar next to your regular skills. For example, Memory of Disbelief will cause all affected monsters to stop dropping equipment items, meaning they can now only drop more valuable items, like currency and maps.
That sounds a little
Memory
like
of Panic will make all
Sentinel.
affected monsters revive immediately after death, which means you can get twice as much experience and drops from them. And Memory of Impatience will cause all surrounding enemies to give you their souls, temporarily increasing your power. As you progress further into the thread of memories, the maps can have more than one memory, and thus you can have more than one powerful ability. As you gather memory petals, you can use these powers together. Each skill costs its own amount of memory petals. So using the examples above, you can first use Memory of Impatience to become way more powerful, then use Memory of Panic to prepare them to revive when they are slain, then use Memory of Disbelief to cause them to drop better, more valuable items.
damn,
Finally,
100 subs to the Path of
obliterate
Exile
them
channel.
all.
What the fuck?
The Memory of Panic will kick in, causing them to revive, and then wipe them out again, allowing you to get all the experience and enhanced drops twice.
Bro, they gotta get a loot
There
filter
are
on
many
this.
combinations of these powers, so you'll have to carefully consider how they best work together. That's not the only extra layer of content juicing these maps offer. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you are presented with an altar. This altar will apply a modifier to all following maps in the thread, and these will stack as you go. So the
Oh.
deeper you delve into a memory, the more mods you will have. This, combined with the special abilities, will allow for some of the most juice maps ever run in Path of Exile. Let's take a look
That's
at some
a
of the ultimates.
brave statement.
You are always presented with two choices and must pick one. This mod, for example, will cause some rare monsters to be possessed by tormented spirits, where this mod makes Kerak modifiers free to craft. Both of these apply to all subsequent maps in the thread. The final map in each thread is a true challenge, with all the Ultra mods applying to it and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar, but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories.
What the
and warped by
goober
the Atlas into
innocence?
something very different and terrifying. In this
Yeah, that
map,
looked
you
manageable.
will fight the pinnacle boss, Cirrus. Fueled by Zana's affectionate memories
Put
of
that
him,
back.
his
Get rid of it.
enhanced abilities can prove to be a unique challenge. If you manage to defeat Cirrus, or one of the other warped memory bosses, they will drop a map fragment, which Egan can use to delve deeper into the memory tiers. With these, you can access a set of 3 new pinnacle bosses. In this arena, the moment of reverence, Zana is reliving a memory of her father, Valdo, giving a passionate speech in Oriath. The Atlas distorts this memory of her father as a powerful, influential man and manifests those emotions into a
Goodness.
twisted nightmare, the incarnation of dread.
I mean, it makes sense that looks like
Another
Shaper's
memory
bullet hell
created
shit.
is the incarnation of neglect and the incarnation of fear. Good luck, exiles. Of course, if you are brave and strong enough to defeat them, each of these new pinnacle bosses have new unique items befitting them.
What is that?
If you slay the incarnation of fear, you might be lucky enough to find the Star Caller unique abyssal axe. We're gonna
Spicy.
show this one because it's straight up badass.
Hell yeah,
The
brother.
Starcaller axe is a
Oh,
weapon
shit.
that can harness the power of the stars themselves
Hello?
to deal immense damage. What makes it shine, however, is that on melee crit, it casts Starfall.
On crit,
a
not
new
even kill or
skill.
anything.
With the right build, you can carpet entire areas and wipe out screens of enemies as you rain down the elements upon them. Another
That's
item
crazy.
you may find, and this one is my favorite, is the Wine of the Prophet unique flask. It consumes a lot of charges, but every time you use it, you draw a random divination card. This card appears above you and correlates to a powerful buff.
Oh?
If you draw the Escape card, you'll gain increased movement speed. Or maybe you'll draw the Doctor, which will cause you to gain the modifiers of slain rares you kill. Effectively, you can think of this unique as being many other uniques all in one. There are many, many cards to draw, each with
Certainly it's
varying
not all of
degrees
them, though,
power
right?
to grant. Okay, but let's get back to the Atlas. After defeating all 3 new pinnacle bosses, you'll be able to find new memory-influenced Tier 16 maps. These maps come with the previously mentioned special abilities and monsters infused with memory petals, but can also roll the same modifiers typically found on Tier 17 maps, making them far more rewarding.
I don't know how I feel about that.
With all these new memory maps comes a new item mechanic. Items in these maps can drop with memory strands, and will have a random amount up to 100. This does a few things. When you identify the item, it will increase the tiers of modifiers your item has. Generally speaking, the more memory
sounds familiar.
strands, the better the item will be. On top of this, whenever you're crafting that item using currency orbs to replace or add modifiers, such as alterations, chaos, and so forth, it will consume some memory strands to make the crafted mods more powerful. The new pinnacle bosses also drop new crafting currencies, which can be used to manipulate the amount of memory strands on an item. The Orb of Remembrance will let you add memory strands to any normal equipment. So if you have your perfect base to craft on, and it doesn't already have memory strands, you can add some before crafting it. The Orb of Unraveling will consume all remaining memory strands on an item to randomly upgrade its mod tiers. This orb's effectiveness is based on the number of memory strands it consumes. The Orb of Intention can be used on memory influence maps to reduce item drops, but improve the chance to find items with memory strands. In the process of adding these new currency items, we realized something was missing. The Shaper and the Elder did not have their own Exalted Orbs. This has now
they
been
just noticed?
rectified. Both bosses now have Exalted Orbs, which
Nice.
can add their influence to an item. Zana was there from the beginning, when the Shaper Pinnacle fight was first added. She helped defeat the Elder, and she was a critical part of the Conqueror's storyline. Now, with all 6 influence types having their own Exalted Orbs, the cycle is complete. It's almost as if we could now do some sort of new, epic, unique item to interact with them.
With all 6 of them?
In other news, there of course has to be Atlas passive tree support for this new endgame content.
Yeah,
Let's
because this
take a
isn't
look
the
at a
league,
few
it's
things
just
around.
actual content.
The Grasp the Past notable passive skill increases the chance for the amount of memory strands on items dropped in your memory influence maps to be lucky.
Oh.
This means it will roll the number of memory strands twice, keeping the highest value. By allocating traumatic experience, remembered kindness, or educated upbringing, you'll decrease the chance of finding memory threads that lead to specific bosses. meaning you'll have better chances at finding the memory threads you would like to run. This is especially useful if you want to target farm a specific boss because of its unique item drops. In sum, the secrets of the Atlas will have you questioning what is real as you attempt to free Zana from warped memories scattered throughout the Atlas. You'll fight new Guardian and Pinnacle bosses tormenting her, find crazy new Pinnacle uniques, combine and unleash memory petal empowered skills, juice maps to new heights, and craft powerful new items. While we were showing all the juicy rewards from the new endgame system, you might have noticed that a lot of gold was dropping. Let's talk about that.
Let's talk
Gold
about
was
it.
introduced during the Settlers of Kalgur expansion. It funded the development and operations of King's March, along with various new features such as the currency exchange, the black market, and the passive respec system with Faustus. Those features offered by Faustus will be here to stay,
Let's
along
go.
with some of the other services King's March has to offer. We'll get more into that later, but don't worry, King's March has already been completed. There will be no more town building.
No.
Like before, gold will be used for town services, but we're also adding a new way to use it in the upcoming league. It's time to talk about Mercenaries of Trathus. In this league, you will meet veterans who have travelled all the way from the lawless cities of Trathus. They're ready to offer their sinister services, but not for free. You will encounter these mercenaries as you journey through Rayclast, one in each area. They have their own personalities and come with different builds, skills, and items already equipped. After meeting them, as per the Trathan code, they will challenge you to a duel, a test of strength and conviction. Before beginning the duel, you will be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped, the skills they employ, and any support effects augmenting those skills. You must now make a choice. You can hire their services, take one of their items, or exile them.
Bro, we
If
get
you
to
choose
exile
hire
people?
them, for a gold
Let's go.
cost, they will accompany you as a skilled combatant to assist you in fighting monsters throughout Rayclast. Once you've decided, you can begin the duel. This is a great opportunity to test them, as you don't want to be out of pocket with a useless rookie. However, they're testing you too. They also don't want to be working for an amateur. So, what items might they be using? Generally speaking, mercenary gear is more powerful than what you'd normally find
What
from
the hell?
defeating monsters, as they've been crafting their items too. They can also come equipped with unique items, those that would make sense for the skills they are using. There are even some new unique items that can only be obtained from defeating them. One such unique is Scornflux. These boots combine agility with the mastery of the arcane. While equipped, increases to cast speed from Arcane Surge also apply to movement speed.
That's
which
actually
is worth
hilarious.
noting is now 20% inherently from Arcane Surge, up from 10.
Oh, just
They
double
also
Arcane
grant
Surge.
Arcane Surge when you use a movement skill. This allows for some speedy spellcasters. Sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Trathan mercenaries, bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families in Trathus. They are less common, but have far better items. And they are also the sole source of items with new, infamous modifiers, unseen before in Rayclast, such as these gloves, which convert all of your minions' fire damage to chaos damage. Or this helmet, which causes nearby enemies to take more physical damage as you gain more fortification. If you're not swayed by any of their equipped gear, however, you can always challenge them for the contents of their pockets. If you lose the duel, don't worry. You don't need to give them an item. You aren't bound to Trathan tradition like they are.
That's
However,
right.
you are bound to Rayclast tradition, so you'll just die.
Almost at me. Well, not really.
Sounds about right.
While playing in a party, each player can decide whether or not they want to participate in combat against the mercenary. For each player that opts in, the mercenary gets more difficult. But if they're defeated, each player has a 50% chance to get a random reward, which is usually currency items from the mercenary's pouch. Alternatively, party members that opt out of the fight can spectate and cheer you on. Or they might wish for your demise. So
Bro, there's just a divine orb sitting there. Pick that. Pick it up. Pick it up.
Good.
Yeah, they also had a loot filter there.
Let's say you won the duel, like their items, and have decided to hire them. What combat skills do they bring to the table? Each mercenary has an archetype. Here, this mercenary is an Eruptor, which perfectly
Hey, yo.
couples with my slower,
Pause.
more aura-focused Scion. This mercenary is highly aggressive, and will get a lot of benefit from the auras and buffs I provided. When I'm playing a more aggressive character myself though, I'll want a mercenary with a bit more resilience and utility. I've just run into a Striker, who can spawn with Vigilant Strike.
So is it
And if you're
just for the
lucky,
zone?
a very rare golden support that causes the fortify granted by his Vigilant Strike to apply to me as well.
That's nice.
He will also frequently use Enduring Cry, taunting enemies off of me, and operating as a tanky frontline while I blitz off damage from the back. Sometimes when you fight a mercenary, you may notice the skills they're using are different from normal. For example, this sniper is using a Trathan version of Siege Ballista. If you're lucky, you will be able to select it as your reward when challenging them. Then defeat them, and they'll drop the Trathan gem as promised. You can only have one mercenary accompanying you at a time, but up to 3 total in your service. The other 2 will wait patiently in town. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup, like a difficult boss fight. Any of your mercenaries you have active, or in your reserves, can have their equipment replaced with items of your choosing.
Can you
They
steal
don't
their
level
items?
up, so you will want to be looking out
no,
for
you
more
can't.
skilled and more
Just
powerful
replaces them.
mercenaries as you advance through the campaign and endgame. If your mercenary falls in combat, you will need to return to town and spend some gold on healing supplies to get them back on their feet. Then perhaps consider giving them some upgrades, if you think it's deserved. I just wanted to clarify, mercenaries do not lose their equipment when defeated.
Whew, I was worried.
If your merc buddy consistently fails you, you can just dismiss them and find a new, more resilient ally.
Yo, where's their old item go if you give them new stuff?
I'll walk mine.
Earlier, I mentioned you could exile mercenaries. If you keep running into a mercenary archetype and you think, man, this guy stinks, their gear is trash and they have no auras, you can then choose to exile them. If you win the duel, they'll be forced to leave with their tail between their legs, and you won't encounter that archetype again for a while.
9 encounters, I see.
Now, alongside these new Trathan arrivals, we shouldn't forget about the recent Kalgurin ones too. As we mentioned earlier, the Settlers update introduced gold-based respeccing of passive points. You can now do so by talking to a number of NPCs throughout Rayclast, starting with Bestil and Lionized Watch. Black market item gambling, previously just available in Kingsmarch, is now available in each town at the same NPC. This lets you buy randomly generated item bases for gold. Very useful if you're stuck for upgrades or searching for a specific unique. The currency exchange will be returning too. Starting from Lionized Watch in Act 6, you'll be able to find Faustus, who can help facilitate these trades. Now, after almost a year of building, Johan is finally satisfied with the upgrades made to the town, and now its services can be used to their full effect. Kingsmarch is going core, but there will be no more town building. As you start running maps in the endgame, you'll start to find different ore veins, which Kalgurin workers can mine for you. The shipping mechanic invites you to send these ores and crops to Karui and Kalgurin ports, and they'll return rewards in kind. By sending shipments, you'll receive different items, but by sending to Karui ports, you will also receive tattoos, which can be used on your passive tree to change what stats they grant. The Kalgurin ports will be sending back rune grafts, which is a new passive tree mechanic that replaces the runesmithing service previously offered by the town. These are similar to tattoos, but instead of replacing stat nodes, they replace a passive tree mastery node. For example, Runegraft of the Bound reduces bonuses gained from boots, but increases bonuses gained from gloves.
Thought he said boats. I mean,
Runegraft of the River has a chance to recover your life to full if you reach low life. And the Runegraft of Time, which has a chance for your cooldown skills to instantly recover from their cooldown, which I will note includes cooldowns on your triggers, just in case you wanted to trigger even more spells.
that's great.
There are many other Runegrafts which cover a wide range of different builds and stats. Some are more common and others rarer. You can only use one of a given type at a time, but you can use them on any mastery on your passive tree, which can be particularly useful for off-class investment. Isla has continued to make modifications to the Recombinator. She has developed a new method of recombination that you may recognize from Path of Exile 2. For those unfamiliar, this method allows you to decide which modifiers on the two input items you want to try merge together, and it has a success chance you can see. This method can result in the items being destroyed. However,
I'm
it
okay
is a
with
good
that.
option to use when
The old
trying to
Recombinator
create
way
items
was
with
fucking
fewer mods
nonsensical.
to use as crafting projects. Given the existing recombinating mechanic was very powerful for top-end crafting, we didn't want to remove it. We have kept it, and you can now choose to use it the old way or the new way. By letting Fate decide, it will combine
That's
the
crazy.
two items randomly. There is no risk of destroying either item, but it will be less predictable. As Settlers is now a core mechanic, we've also added Atlas passive tree support. For example, if you wanted to gather more Verisium ore, you could take this notable. Each ore has a similar node. Refiner's Bargain
They
converts
changed the art in
items
the
dropped by
background?
possessed monsters into thaumaturgic
Kind of
dust,
looks like they did.
sulfite into random ores, and life force into random crops. We've also added a set of Kalguran scarabs, so you can add more ore deposits, increase the rarity of monsters that guard ore deposits to at least magic, or gather smelted bars from ore you mark instead of ores. To sum it all up, Kingsmarch is now a thriving town where you can employ a swath of workers to collect resources, refine ores, craft items, and run maps for you. Send shipments of resources in exchange for tattoos and rune grafts, using those to modify your passive tree to an extent never seen before. Following on from that, we've also made a substantial rework to another important mechanic: Betrayal. As a refresher, and to explain to new players, let's briefly explain what Betrayal is. Betrayal is a mechanic introduced in Act 9 and tells the story of Jun Ortoy and her investigation of the Immortal Syndicate. This is a mysterious group of exiles who can seemingly come back from death. You must
What?
help Jun to uncover their leader, the Syndicate Mastermind. The Immortal Syndicate is organized into 4 divisions: transportation, fortification, research, and intervention. As you encounter the Immortal Syndicate members, you'll gain intelligence for each of these divisions to discover the location of their leaders, tracking them to their safe houses. Defeating the division leaders at their safe houses will reward you with intelligence on the Syndicate Mastermind. In your journey to track down the Syndicate leader, you'll manipulate the members of the Immortal Syndicate to change divisions, form friendships and rivalries, and even banish them from the Syndicate for a time. Historically, after encountering and defeating the Syndicate Mastermind, the state of the Immortal Syndicate would reset, requiring you to start from the beginning of the investigation again.
Ew,
This
gross.
has always been a difficult decision for players and can often feel bad.
Damn
Do
straight.
you fight the Mastermind for a chance at the special loot, or keep farming the safe houses that you've spent so long setting up? Well, in the Secrets of the Atlas expansion,
Oh, what's
we've
that?
split out the Mastermind to be completely separate from the core mechanic. The boss is now accessible through a new
Itemized
fragment that
Katarina.
has a chance to drop from the safe house leaders at high levels. The
Huge.
Mastermind no longer resets the state of the Immortal Syndicate. You can now build your Betrayal board to your liking, optimize it, do Mastermind fights, and reap the rewards without having to lose all your progress every time.
Actually huge.
The boss fight itself has also been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases
Let's go!
and new rewards. By the way, if you're a new player to Path of Exile 1, don't worry about all this detail. This content is optional, and you can discover and engage with it at your own pace. The Mastermind still has a chance to drop a Veiled Orb, now renamed to Veiled Exalted Orb. Veiled Chaos Orbs are being re-added to other Safe House leaders. In addition, the Mastermind now drops the new All Flame Embers. All Flame
What?
Embers are map fragments that replace monster packs in in-game maps with different types of special monsters. These packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. For example, you might use the All Flame Ember of Kulamak, which replaces packs with Syndicate monsters and their leaders, who revive after the map boss has been slain. This might at first sound annoying due to backtracking.
That was the
but
first
these
thing I thought
monsters
about.
when revived are far more intense and rewarding. It is our intention with All Flames to provide many different types that combine
it's
with
like
other
a-
mechanics, multiplying with your existing modifiers in new and interesting ways.
Like a scarab, so there's no
Another good
interface.
example of this is the All Flame Ember of Propagation. When slain, special rare monsters added by this All Flame here will spread their modifiers to other rare monsters in the map. This can be useful when trying to create
Interesting.
singular, very powerful, and very rewarding monsters. Something akin to meat sacks, which are making a reinvented comeback with this update too. Another is the All Flame Ember of Resplendence, which adds monsters that drop no items. But when you slay them, you get buff stacks of increased quantity and rarity to enhance the drops of all other monsters. All Flame Embers can be placed in your map device like scarabs, and used in conjunction with
I'm
scarabs
kind
to
of glad
further customize your
they do
maps.
that instead of
We're
using the
looking
old
forward to
system.
seeing which combinations players find to enhance their maps. Perhaps you'll use all scarabs, all flames.
Let's
or
go.
maybe
What's up,
mix and
Nate? How you
match.
doing?
It's up to you.
It's looking pretty sick so far. I don't know if you've been
Mastermind's
watching,
unique
but
items
damn.
have also been improved. The veiled modifiers generated on these items are now from a custom pool exclusive to those uniques. Bitter Bind Point, for example, can now have various Spectre-specific outcomes,
Well, that's nice.
such as +1 additional Spectre.
Just a
Aside
whole
from
free
improved
Spectre.
rewards from the Mastermind, all the Safe House rewards have also been rebalanced. We've done a pass on the crafting sprees at the end of many safe houses.
Let's go.
Those who
Guff may
aren't
be
aware
useful
how these
now.
crafting sprees work, well, it's simple. There's a crafting bench with an item in it and a bunch of currency. There's a limited amount of time, and your only objective is to
Excuse
craft
me.
the best item possible before the time ends. One of the problems that the crafting sprees have is that they often require you to have specific items on hand in order to best maximize your result. But how are you supposed to know that beforehand?
For
In
real.
order to solve this, most of the crafting sprees now offer pre-generated items. This has
Wait, most
also
of them?
allowed us to add much more powerful crafting options in each spree. Let's
Oh.
take a look at a few examples.
Well, so much for that one.
In this spree, a randomly generated amulet or ring will be
Oh, you just
waiting.
get a Calandra thing? That's sick.
Test your crafting skill or luck with this Reflecting Mist crafting spree, and see if you can create something worthy of Calandra's praise.
Fuck it, good enough. Yeet that shit.
And in this spree, you will
it got
find
shit
a
on.
pre-generated unique item, and a new kind of orb that resembles a Val orb,
Hello?
but not quite the same. Normally, you can only corrupt an item once, but uniques in this spree can be corrupted and re-corrupted as many times as there are orbs.
That's actually insane.
This orb also allows you to get 2 corrupted implicits, and has a much lower chance to brick the item. It can be a very useful tool for seeking specific corrupted implicit outcomes. Of course, if you push your luck, you can still ruin the item.
They do be like that sometimes.
There are also crafting
There's no
sprees
way
where
I'm
you
gonna
still
do
need to
anything
provide
other
an
than
item,
click
but
all
those
of the
items are
times when I
generally
get
more
that.
accessible, and it occurs less frequently. This one allows you to bring your own normal rarity item. Then just go ballistic with a whole ton of scouring orbs and orbs of chance, hoping to get your ideal unique.
Okay.
For most sprees, the rank of the syndicate member increases the amount of currency provided, the quality of the pre-generated items, and the time allowed to craft your item. Aside from the crafting sprees, there are other new options too. If you love gambling for currency, how about you try opening Varici's Emperor's Luck chests? These work just like the Emperor's Luck divination card and provide full stacks of currency.
Well, that
If
would
you're
be
lucky
nice.
enough, unlike me, you could end up with a whole lot of divines.
Not a full stack of mirrors?
Betrayal is a good source of veiled items. Veiled items have some important quality of life improvements in this expansion too. All of the crafting bench options normally granted by unveiling items are instead now moved to the core game, so you don't need to run Betrayal to unlock them.
Actually huge.
They are instead found at the entrances to boss rooms and in-game maps. On top of that, you no longer need to speak to Jun to unveil items. You can just right-click them.
I like Jun,
or
but
the
like,
equivalent
yeah,
on
that's a
gamepad,
huge
and
improvement.
select which veiled modifier you want to unveil. Overall, Betrayal is now much more streamlined and more rewarding. Happy interrogations.
Shut up!
Yay! I'm gonna be honest, I sit there and I watch that every time.
Now, before we get into our quality of life additions, let's quickly talk about some character balance.
Ooh.
We will be doing our regular character balance changes where we are bringing outliers in line to help evolve the meta, but we are also focusing our attention on buffing some specific things. This includes spellcasting supports that specifically enhance self-casting builds, channeled spells, adding new options to the Guardian, Berserker, Elementalist, Saboteur, and Champion Ascendancy classes, which include some favorites from some of the alternate classes from Legacy of Frisia, and buffing a whole bunch of transfigured gems that never really hit the mark. Combined with the new endgame crafting, improved Betrayal crafting options, rune graphs for your passive tree, new pinnacle unique items, new modifiers and Trathan gems from the mercenaries, and of course the mercenaries themselves to act as an extension to your character, it's safe to say there's a lot of new character options and builds to think about. Instead of delving into all of these in more detail, we figured we'd just let you absorb them through the patch notes so you can do it at your own pace.
Before the
In
Ziggy D
Secrets of
interview?
the Atlas expansion, we've also added a lot of the quality of life features that we know you've all been asking for. A lot of these have already been posted, but let's take a look now in case you missed any. You can now pause the game at any time by pressing escape to open the menu.
Huge.
Or by opening any full screen interface, like the passive tree. You'll also be paused if any lag is detected or if you disconnect. It's
Hell
worth noting
yeah.
that in certain pinnacle arenas, a debuff will be applied to you that prevents you from pausing. We're also making a change to how you use currency items on strongboxes and monsters imprisoned in essences. Based on the currency in your inventory and the state of the strongbox, these buttons will appear. Valuable currency like divine orbs have been excluded from this as it would often be wasteful to use in this context. The same
That's,
applies to
you know,
essences
that's good
with the
thinking.
remnant of corruption
I wouldn't have
currency.
thought of that.
Orbs of Horizon have been updated. They can now re-roll your Elder and Conqueror Guardian maps.
Actually
Doing
huge.
so will re-roll the base map and the Guardian of that map.
As the Seth enjoyers
The map
rejoice.
device now has a small additional inventory.
All players
This
rejoice.
is particularly useful if you're rolling many maps to run in sequence.
When they did the
Or,
Frisia
if you
event
want
and
to
they
use
showed the
varying
little
amounts of scarabs
inventory
or
thing
other
for the
map
scarab or
favorites.
for the idols, I thought that's
During
what this
breach
was.
encounters, all the splinters
Right,
will be
so I thought this is what that
automatically
was, and then they were
collected
like, oh
and
yeah,
dropped at the end of
idols.
the breach.
Breach is
On
huge.
gamepads, we have separated the targeting of monsters and non-monsters, so you are able to target them independently. This removes a bunch of frustration when you are trying to interact with objects in the world and monsters are nearby. You no longer have to kill all of them first. Vendor windows will now remember your last search. This is remembered until you log out and is remembered on a per NPC basis. The amount
That's
of
cool.
characters you can type in the search field has also been increased.
It's
When
250
using
characters,
currency
by the way. I
items
think my
after
camera's blocking
right-clicking
that,
them,
but
it will highlight all other
Regex
items which the
enjoyers
currency can be
rejoice.
used on. There are many other quality of life improvements, so keep an eye on the patch notes after this livestream concludes.
okay, so it is
Alongside
after
the launch
the
of
event.
Secrets of the Atlas, we are hosting a competitive event where players will race to be the first to kill the new pinnacle bosses. The event will take place in the hardcore, solo self-found Mercenaries of Trathis League. We have some interesting prizes in store for the winners.
Hardcore
Keep an eye
solo
on the news in
self-out.
the lead up to launch for more details about how the event will work and what its prizes are. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new League supporter packs.
Supporter
Today,
packs.
We're launching 2 new series of supporter packs. The Frisian Magistrate and Crypt Keeper packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Frisian Magistrate series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Yo, is that the spite? Is a La
The
Barina?
Frisian Magistrate character effect will bind your character in thorny vines and roses. You can select which parts of the character you want to have covered. Either your entire body, your lower body, or your upper body. As you approach waypoints, it will emit leaves and golden petals towards it. When activating the waypoint, it will create a burst around you. Envelop your weapon in thorny vines and golden flora with the Frisian Magistrate weapon effect. Your weapon will also create a trail to match as you swing, and even comes with its own hit effect when slaying enemies. You are the law while wearing the armor of the powerful Frisian Grand Magistrate. The Spider Blossom pet activates its defense mechanism, disguising it as an elegant flower when near rare or unique enemies. The Frisian Imperial Magistrate back attachment comes in two forms. Equip either the Tombstone variant, which will leave tombstones in your honor when you meet your demise, or equip the Cape variant to cause the corpses of slain enemies to become enveloped in rosethorn vines and blossom with golden flowers. Keep track of how well, or poorly, your ultimatums with the Trial Master have gone with the Trials of Chaos hideout decoration. It will keep track of the total number of waves completed, the total number of ultimatums succeeded, or even failed. On top of that, it will track the total number of times you've defeated the Trial Master himself. The Crypt Keeper Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Crypt Keeper finisher effect, death itself will tear through into the realm of the living and steal the soul of slain unique enemies. The Crypt Keeper portal effect creates a gateway for lost souls to pass through.
That looks pretty sick.
Become the true master of the undead by wearing the hallowed Crypt Keeper armor set. It comes with a more armored helmet variant and a creepy mask with a spectral hood.
Bro, that's just a solo leveling thing. Don't even try to lie.
Have some fun during idle time in your hideout? The Burrowing Bramble Bash hideout decoration will test your reaction speed as you try to
Fucking
whack as many
Devourer
heads as possible in the shortest time. It also comes with a scoreboard, so you can try to set new records to show off to your friends or just visitors coming to trade. Equip yourself with the Ghostly Dead as you ride the line between the living and the dead.
Bro, how do you min-max the Wacka Devourer so I can just like terrorize people's leaderboards when I go trade?
Magical library with the works of scholars that come to life when you open a map. This map device tracks how many of each core league you've completed in in-game maps.
Damn.
These packs are now available for purchase on both PC and console.
Right
And
now?
will remain so during Path of Exile, Mercenaries of Trathus.
Bro, I still can't get over it. It's a Lala Barina and we got
Any
solo leveling
microtransactions from these
MTX
supporter
in
packs will be made available for
PoE1.
use in Path of Exile 2. Meanwhile, the Paladin and Penance packs leave the store forever at the launch of the Mercenaries of Trathus League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Additionally, the Dawn of the Hunt
get that thing
mystery
out of
box
here.
will be made available for Path of Exile 1. If you have already unlocked any microtransactions from this box in Path of Exile 2, you will of course immediately have access to them in Path of Exile 1. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Secrets of the Atlas. With
We have to
release at
wait for the
end of next week,
Q&A. Oh, hold up.
our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for the release. Keep an eye on the news.
Internet, please.
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to dueling mercenaries, fighting new pinnacle bosses in the endgame, and
Bro.
builds next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
What the fuck? I don't want to refresh because I'm going to get ads. Bro. Is it just me or is it stream? Yeah, okay. It's not just me. Patch notes tonight. Someone said they gamaged the stream.
Welcome back, Exiles, to another, I expect, very large...
Actually huge, dude.
Q&A covering all that we have to cover.
Bro, if
for
you say
Secrets of the Atlas.
an
I am, of
extra large
course,
Q&A,
joined by
I'm
Jonathan
gonna
and
be
Mark. Welcome
upset.
back, folks. Thanks for chatting with us once again.
Always great to have you over.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks for being here as well.
Large leg.
Yeah.
That's it. There was a lot of I think pressure on this one for you guys. Like it's been a long time since we've had a
PowerPoint stream? PowerPoint
Phase
stream?
1 expansion.
Sure,
and,
for sure.
Next
how
slide,
did you guys
please.
feel going into this, and how do you feel like you've been able to deliver?
I mean, honestly, I'm like pretty happy with where we're at. Like, it isn't a, like, you know, it isn't a full year of development because, you know, obviously PoE2 disrupted things a bit. But the main thing is we're kind of back in action now. You know, we've like we've worked out the model for
At least we got
this
audio.
game can function doing the stuff, and ultimately what it required is kind of like
I spoke too soon.
merging the teams back together, kind of having everything so that, like, you know, like everyone's able to work on both games, not necessarily simultaneously for a given like person, but effectively, you know, we need sort of like, you know, our best people to be able to work on both games in order to really make sure.
Yeah, that was a lot of shit.
And so,
first
you know, that effectively means that merge sort of.
They started talking about Zana's brother. And I was like, oh yeah, this is the league mechanic. And then they brought up mercenaries again, and I was like, oh, right.
And so now
That's
we've
the
kind of got
actual
that,
league
like,
mechanic.
You know, now that we're back to sort of fixing deadlines again,
The
and everything like that, I think it will just
Zana
go a
shit
lot
is just
smoother and,
like
you
a
know,
core
I'm
game
pretty
feature
happy
now.
with, like, you know, effectively we kind of got.
Hello. Okay, we got there. We don't have to worry about the damn PowerPoint. But yeah, fucking Delve got ignored. I suspect you will be able to, because it kind of seemed like they just kind of accompany you in combat areas. I assume Delve counts as one of those. But maybe they left Delve alone because it's already perfect and it's there's no need to fix what's not broken. Delve is the perfect baby. Yeah, itemized Katarina. Fucking finally. No longer reset Syndicate, also huge. They mentioned less immunity phases in the Katarina fight, and I just really wish that they would have done that for all of the bosses. Like you showed you can do it. You could make our suffering easier. And they did with Katarina, but now they just need to do that to everyone else. Restarting stream to try a fix. Okay. Huge. Get your refresh button ready. No! Advertisements, no, gross. Get out of here. Damn you, Twitch. How long was it? 20 seconds? Okay. That advertiser's not paying me. Imagine not having Twitch Turbo in the big 2025. That's because I have YouTube Premium instead, and I can't justify paying for both. But there ain't no way I'm dropping YouTube Premium. That shit's too useful. What? Bro, I tabbed out and the stream got paused. We refresh again. Stream's still dead. Okay. Bro, that 150,000 viewers, no. Oh, look, the Ziggy D Q&A ended. I wonder if patch notes got posted. Honestly, if they're like, you know what? The stream ends here, I will not be upset. For my notes? What's this?
It together, and we're back in action now. Path of Exile Secrets of the Atlas is coming out 1 week from now on the 13th of June. And we're committing right now to a 4-month cycle for both PoE1 and 2.
Yeah.
That means the next PoE2 League will be in August,
Mm-hmm.
and the next PoE1 League after that will be in October.
I'm holding you to that, Jonathan. August and October. And then December after that. Wait, why didn't he confirm December? Hold up. I don't see no patch notes on the website. This is bullshit. Wait a minute. Oh, we got the promo page. Huge. I'm gonna show y'all. Oh, the stream. Okay, thank you.
Line, but if
Damn
we
Pressgate isn't up yet. Damn it, that was the secret I was gonna show.
What's ready by the time we get there, and I think that's just going to result in a much better
Wait, is it
experience
not?
for players. And so now that we've kind of got that, I mean, this really represents, you know, what we can deliver sustainably, what we can deliver in 4 months, you know, and so we.
It's like my favorite part of,
you know, like the amount of content every 4 months.
Any of these announcements is
you know,
looking
and
through all that
and
shit.
for PoE1 and 2 as well. So, you know, now that things are back, I would say, like, you know, we're kind of back in our stride again. Things should go a lot smoother from now.
In sum, we're back.
We're back.
We're so back.
Yeah.
Thank goodness
Right.
we're back.
Yeah.
It did feel like that. I feel like the reception's been very positive.
Yeah,
So
It's
the smart way to do it.
Been having a bit of a chance to play around with mercenaries, which are exceeding my expectations in terms of like how fun and powerful they are. I feel like you guys have made them really powerful too. So
We've honestly been talking about making a mercenary for like probably 5 to 10 years. Like,
Dear
it's been one of
goodness.
those things that
You've been
keeps
telling me
coming
about
back
it for
up.
years.
Yeah, exactly.
It came up with the PoE2 Rogue Exiles, came up during Settlers League.
Yeah.
Came, I mean, that's just the recent. I mean,
Is
it's a
this
year
the
ago,
time we do it?
Last year stuff.
you guys baited me pretty hard because last league you put out this system where you know you have these exiles that you send out on maps and I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, we're gonna gear them and all this stuff, and it's like, oh, I can't wait, that's what I've always wanted. And then, you know, it was at that and I'm like, oh, now you're never gonna do that because you did this instead. And then
Yo, I just realized they got one of those puzzle
yeah,
boxes that they sent out behind
So,
Ziggy.
was it like waiting on something? Was there something that needed to happen there?
I guess it was more just a question of having a good design for how it could work, and
Yeah.
you know, there was a couple of other things. One thing that wasn't really mentioned in the video very much is that the mercenaries do count as half a player for the purposes of drops and monster difficulty.
Oh,
And so that's going to kind of change
Half
the
a
calculus
pl-
a little bit.
oh.
You're effectively getting 9-player difficulty and loot, which there is some differences to the way that works now. But
that's actually insane.
That's kind of one of those things that if we just added mercenaries without doing something like that, then it would mean that you know, the game would be too easy. So that's why we've kind of got that situation going on.
It means, like, you know, at best, if you're a more, you know, bad build, bad character, new player, whatever you want to call that, you know, they're going to carry
talking
you
about me.
probably, or could carry you. And at worst, if you're, you know, the power of 10,000 gods and have infinite everything and screen coverage and DPS, then they're just boosting your loot. Right, so there's a flaw there on either side that is just going to be beneficial to every single player. So
That sounds like
Sounds good to me,
absolute
boss.
lethal chaos, like 6-player party plus 6 exile mercenaries.
our initial design had it that you could have up to 6 players, or, you know, 1 player and, well, I guess 3 players and 3 mercenaries. You know, it was like a mercenary takes a player slot is what we initially
That was
had.
the initial way to think about balance, but I think it wouldn't have been nearly as good because like
ended up
you want
going
the
away
mercenary to
from
be part of your build to kind of feel like it's actually
Yeah.
you know, because you know, it comes with like auras and things like that. Like effectively that all becomes part of your build at that point. So it's kind of important that you don't have to sacrifice that when you're playing in a party
and
with other
it
people.
didn't want to have the thing of like, okay, you join your 3 friends and then whose mercenary gets used.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
do I not get to have my guy now and I don't get, you know. So it's, you know, we ended up getting away from that and just going, everyone bring the merc, and which results in peak chaos. But
Yeah, that sounds like a lot.
It's fun.
And I mean, you can also have an Animate Guardian, and you did tell me that there's changes for that as well.
Yes, of course you can have. In fact, I expect a lot of people to now have. You have your 6-player party with your 6 mercenaries and everyone with them Animate Guardian, because, I mean, how can you add mercenaries and then have a point to say that they don't drop loot when they die, and also not make the same change to Animate Guardian? However, if they do die in the instance, you can't bring them back. So at least there is still that penalty to having them be weak. So if they just die at the start, they're gone.
Yeah. Until you play another.
It's going to result in a lot more people using Animate Guardian in their build. But now you have to gear up your character, 1 Animate Guardian and 1 mercenary. So multiple mercenaries technically. So we'll see how the itemization and trade economy goes.
That's a lot of items.
That's kind of cool though, is like having all that extra demand for gear, and that's I was certainly like thinking about how I want to keep some of this gear aside for like the potential mercenary I was trying to find and things like that. But that adds a lot to that. But I did want to, before we get stuck into some of the new content, just kind of like help ease people who maybe are a little bit worried about the future of Path of Exile just a little bit more. So this is what you hope to be able to deliver every 4 months, and you've got a much more strict kind of like approach to that now, where you were saying to me like, well, if this thing that you're talking about is not ready, then it's not going in that.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas before you would push the date, I felt.
Exactly, 100%. So we've been in the kind of push the date mindset, I would say, for like a couple of years now.
Yeah.
And in the past,
I mean, yeah,
we were like that.
I think
We
the
were
last
really
league that
strict with it, and I think it was definitely
had
beneficial
an
to do
actual
that.
3-month league
The issue
cycle
it
was
so hard to develop,
Delirium.
PoE2 at the same time when we had all that stuff.
Or
So
something
now that
like
we're
that.
kind of like in the
It was a
mode where
long
we
time
kind of
ago.
support both with the release frequently, it means we can kind of go back to that model. And as I said, I think it'll just be way better.
I just want to make sure we are always going to be that whole like plus or minus 1 week flexibility, because you have things like
Sure. There
public
might be like
holidays,
exactly.
conventions,
Right.
clashes with things and all that. So obviously you get that just before we get held to the strict to the day 4-month thing. But yes, it is the goal. 100% you go back to that. I think there is it is very, very important that you have, as a player and a long-term player of a game, of which many of our players are, you have that consistency and you know what to expect, and you can be like, yes, I've played for my month, I've played for my 2 months, I know I can just stop for 2 or swap to the other game, do that, and then I can know it's going to be coming again in 2 months instead of that just like
there for me again when I need it.
that like unknown is very sad, honestly, as a developer and as a player. And
I wonder how much of that decision
certainly
was
don't wanna do
influenced
that
by
I imagine it has a toll on the team in
MB
terms of
Extreme
them, like,
retiring.
because it's hard to make content, I imagine, and just not have it get shipped. Like, because it's the date's
I
being
mean,
pushed out. Or...
it depends on the person. Some people kind of like actually prefer that more. Some people do really like
Yeah.
the deadlines. It's honestly a variety.
Yeah, okay, a bit of a mixture. And you mentioned blending the teams together. That's like a big change, whereas before you were explicitly trying to separate them, and there was the question of like, well, there's problems with that, right?
Yeah. Well, so I mean, we had problems when they were blended originally, like years ago, where PoE2 wasn't getting like it kind of wasn't working because that deadline was so far out that it kind of worked. So we had to split the team to get PoE2 shipped at that point. But now that we're back in, like releasing frequently, it just makes more sense to bring everyone back together again. And it keeps the expertise up and makes sure that like the games are. There's just technical things like making sure that the engine is like in sync for both games and that kind of stuff. Like, there's just so many elements that sort of make it better to have everyone merged together, I think.
I imagine it helps with the cross-pollination between games. We just got pausing, which is
for sure.
one of my most wanted quality of life improvements. That's a phenomenal announcement. But
You and me
certainly
both, Ziggy.
people asking about things like WASD and stuff like that, and this support for the future is...
Unfortunately,
profound.
WSD just can't really happen because, I say that, but
Yeah.
there's the thing, right? So effectively, in order for WSD to happen, we would need to be able to change the rigs over to the PoE2 character rigs. In order for that to happen, we need to get all the micros ported over, and then we'd need to port all of the armors from PoE1 over to those rigs as well. So it would be a really long-term thing. There might be a world one day where that can happen, but
by Path of Exile
So I was
3, we
kinda
might have
wondering
it
is,
in
like, do
PoE1.
you envision a situation where Path of Exile 1 is like warrants that sort of massive effort in a year or two or something like that?
Once we've got all the microtransactions ported, which we're doing anyway, then it wouldn't be like so bad. I mean,
Yeah.
it would be a lot, but not like, you know, not like completely unreasonable. So it's a thing that could happen, but yeah, it's a lot of effort to get that feature. So the main reason to do it isn't even for WSD. It's because we've been pretty unable to make new combat animations for PoE1 for so
Yeah.
long due to all of the problems with the rigs. So if the main reason to do it would be that we can make like new actual melee skills properly again. That would be the reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, hopefully we can get to that. It's just it'll take a while though.
A lot of the skills you notice, and if people have been playing PoE1 for years, any of the new skills we add often just reuse the same animations.
Exactly.
And they're not exactly the most modern things in the world.
Yeah.
Not so much you can do.
What?
You don't get to do the cool custom flurries with like your swords and combos and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah.
I mean, you still obviously have Cyclone, where you just spin in a circle, and if you remove all the effects from that, you're literally just on a pivot doing
Sky
this. It looks a little bit silly, but
I mean, I am keen to do it though. Like,
Yeah.
it's just it'll take a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's I feel like I notice the kind of an increasing disparity between like the bosses in PoE1 kind of like pushing further ahead because you have a bit more freedom, I guess, to use more modern.
Well, the bosses are new,
Stuff,
like new
technology with
content,
it.
right?
They're
So
straight
yeah,
up
they get to
PoE2
just and the
style.
engine's the same, so you get to use all the modern tech for completely new content.
So
like that.
they're looking like better and better and better, but
Yeah.
the players
Yeah,
like are
yeah.
kind of staying a bit behind.
Yeah.
So
don't
I
need to
imagine-
rig anything to the bosses.
Yeah.
They don't need to equip 10,000 microtransactions, thankfully.
Bro,
so-
imagine
it's
if
a
you
unique
could.
challenge for you, but it seems like you've got a plan of kind
A
of
new
how it
shaper
works
skin.
eventually.
Let's go.
Yeah, all right. So while we're on this kind of like frank discussion, is like something that people often have been mentioning is this idea that like maybe they love Path of Exile 1, but they're not that interested in Path of Exile 2. And they maybe feel like their money when they buy a supporter pack for Path of Exile 1 is going to a company that's developing both games, and one of those being something that they're maybe not that interested in.
Right. Well, I mean, like ultimately, like now that we're kind of in the shared model, like it's kind of. It doesn't really. It's sort of hard for us to say, like, that like money goes to one particular team or another. Like, it doesn't really work like that because we're all merged. The main thing is just to understand is that when we're in PoE1 development mode, then PoE1 takes precedence, and like any resource that it needs, like there's not going to be we can't do this because PoE2 needs it. And when we're in PoE2 development mode, it's like it's the opposite of that, right? Where like we've got that sort of going on. So there's always going to be people working on each game like all the time. But it's like if one's going to come out soon, that one is getting all the attention. And so like every resource that PoE1 could possibly need for this expansion was moved to it, to make that happen.
Yeah, I got to see that firsthand walking around. It was like 95% of people working on PoE1 right now.
Right,
It's like,
in this moment because it's in the last week. But
Yeah.
but it's kind of variable. Like, I mean, if you look at things like I mean, you've probably got a better idea of the breakdown. But it's like how much of the VFX team was working on PoE1 versus 2 in like the last,
Yeah, the whole all but one is currently on PoE. All but two. I guess that doesn't really make sense. They don't know how many. So 80% of the team is on PoE1 right now.
Yeah. But it's kind of variable through the months.
But like
and stuff.
the dynamic thing is because obviously we had like 021 for PoE2 that we're working on, and like yesterday I moved some people onto that. Quickly got some stuff across the line. Literally 2 hours later, moved them back, and like it's like pretty hyperactive.
Right.
Like, but honestly, that's kind of how our leadership style is. We kind of just we're a little bit crazy.
But I also think that developing 0 to 1 at the same time is kind of proof that it's possible, like to make sure that we can actually support both games at the same
Yeah,
time
I mean,
with the
releasing
level of
something-
support we need. I mean, there's those videos even that were made by the,
Yeah.
like we're getting more people. It's like we can kind of manage it. So,
I do feel like this is a positive upswing in that regard. Like it was definitely a bit of wavering there for a while. But I went from a 1 game studio to a 2 game studio. I'd say.
One thing to note, and this is you say about the bosses going up and the characters, saying this, like that is also because we are, it is very, very, very useful in the same sense that certain game features get taken from one game to another. Like we see a lot of the quality of life stuff come to PoE1. Those bosses are, animated or rigs from PoE2 that we have like fully remodeled and reskinned. So you get to reuse that entire animation set. Sure, you got to tweak some stuff. But then, like, you can have one animation be 8 different skills if you, put your mind to it and actually design the different outcomes.
Well,
So
shit. If
you
all
end
of
up
the
with this
say, if
thing
all of the
where,
PoE1 melee skills are the same animation, you
we're
can
actually
be as many as
harvesting
you
a
want.
lot of materials back from PoE2 to 1, and this is how we're going to be able to get even more bosses, even more monsters, even more of that content just all the time. So.
it's in ways where players can't tell though. Like it's really quite invisible.
You wouldn't. Some people might be able to see. Oh, wait, I feel like I've seen that before, maybe, but you'd have to look real close and be real into it.
Yeah.
And so obviously, I know me saying it removes the allure of it, but like, it is like ultra beneficial to be able to harvest all that art. And so you could look at it as like, oh, that PoE2 art is going on PoE2. It's not like. all of that, I'm just constantly going,
like
I'm going to take
it's
that,
almost like
take
the
that,
tech.
take that, take
Yeah.
that, you know.
And the tech as well, of course, right?
Yeah.
Like any new renderer features we're making, like all that stuff, like, you get to use it all.
So hopefully it's more of a positive thing. But I think to wrap it up, I think what it all really
Bro,
comes
they
down
got
to
like
is
a
people just
tiny
wanna know
Kitava
that they can
plushie in the
feel
background.
confident that Path of Exile 1 has a future where you guys love it. And
I wonder if
feel
they
the
ever sold
attention
that.
it
The
deserves.
next year is going to be the year of Path of Exile, 100%, right?
I
I
mean-
mean, we're talking, what, every 4 months, both games? It's
Yep.
every 2 months, six
so
releases?
6 releases a year.
Wild.
6 releases
What are
a
we
year,
talking
that's going to be
about?
holy.
If you guys can pull that off for a year, that's going to be wild. I'm looking forward to it. But I mean,
I believe in them.
people's concerns, I guess, in that regard is you were telling me that this expansion is like this is part of a multi-season story arc that you're setting up.
100%. Like, with obviously,
It's
you,
right there.
there's a whole bunch I can rant about here. But effectively, yeah, obviously you see Zana coming back. I know, spoiler, sorry, but it kind of was
Oh, wow.
important.
Yep.
You know, you got Zana coming back, and you've got, you know, it's an additive storyline for now, and that was kind of on purpose because I wanted the end game to be still familiar. I wanted people after coming back after almost a year to still have the core of the end game be familiar, but have this additive layer on top that's cool and new and they can explore. And I didn't want to like completely rework all the mechanics. And people are like, I want PoE1, finally a PoE1 expansion. They come back and they're like, the hell is this end game? This isn't what I remember. This isn't what I was familiar with.
That would be kinda
it was
disappointing,
really important
wouldn't
with this update to have a layer of familiarity across the board, and then like improved and reworked things and removing, you know, obviously with Betrayal, we've removed a lot of the constraints and annoyance and all of that, but it's still mostly just additive stuff on top. Same with the end game. The League is obviously additive, the Mercenaries. So having that there, so there's that core Path of Exile 1 familiarity, was important for this one. But yes, it is like part one of a new arc of the end game storyline. Zana's back. We've got a whole new thing to explore. I'm not going to spoil too much of what exactly happens, but there's some cool shit in there. But effectively, it's like a way to think about it is we're now kind of we're gonna over obviously a relatively long time have the era of the primordials kind of phase out and have the era of this new endgame phase in. And so, yeah, it's kind of set up for right now. It's an additive one. Maybe the next endgame one would be a bit more transformative, and then we'll go from there and just explore through this new storyline. So that'd be fun.
I can tell you're excited for like the future of PoE1, which is this is a good shift, I think. And you were saying you've even got like a good idea that for 326 that you really want to.
327, yes.
Oh, sorry, yeah,
the
next one. Next one.
I do, yes. So like another thing with like this expansion, right, is like it's quite content heavy. When you do an in-game expansion in a league, it's a lot of content.
Yep.
So like, you know, you have some things have to take priority, other things have to take less priority, and so like the character stuff where we've done, you know, a decent chunk of character balance and the new systems interact with all of that. You know, there's clearly ones like I know Settlers had like just the Giga Melee rebalance and rework, and it changed like 1,000 systems in drastic ways. And
Not gonna
all
lie,
that.
I
But
don't
again,
remember
wanted
any of
this
that.
time, more familiarity, and then 327. We're gonna
I
go
can't
just
remember what
ballistic
balance
on the
changes
characters
happened in
and
Settlers.
as much as we possibly can to like, you know, amp that up and I don't know, maybe fully revamp wand builds and create a whole new thing there. And now we have to because I said that, but you know. That kind of stuff. So yeah, obviously you have ones that are more content centric, ones that are more character balance centric, and different focuses like that. So this one, content, end game. We wanted our core players who've been playing for 10 years, the ones that are really looking for PoE, who are like mostly playing in the end game, to really have that like expansion and new boss fights. And
That was a discussion we had yesterday, actually, was this idea that you don't necessarily have to worry about new player onboarding as much for Path of Exile 1 now. But that's more the focus for PoE 2.
I would definitely say that, yeah, for PoE1, it's like it's now very easy to just say, you know what, like if this isn't new player friendly, it's okay. Like we're making a game for the experienced PoE1 players, so like we can just go ham with all that stuff.
Yeah, you can kind of go nuts with
you
it.
know, like if you're a new player, then PoE2 is obviously going to be more appealing. You know, like I'd imagine they're more likely to want to go there. But of course, PoE1's still, you know, like it's still like we're not going to throw that away completely, but it's like certainly in terms of the focus of the content, like a lot more sort of in-game stuff, you know, the pinnacles obviously and things like that. Like this is stuff that appeals to someone who actually is able to get to that content. So you know, yeah. Of course, you've still got the leagues. You know, the mercenaries. I think you were initially, when we first told you about it, you seemed a little bit like, oh yeah, I don't know how big that's going to be. But then when you actually played it, it's like, you know, it's quite a thing.
Yes, it was beyond what I expected playing it.
Right.
Because I brought up a concern after watching the reveals that I felt like there was a bit of a gap, some disparity in kind of what you revealed once I got the sense of like what was Secrets of Atlas versus Mercenaries of Trathis. I had some concerns. I was like, okay, so the Mercenaries thing seems like really awesome, and that kind of is like, by the time you get to endgame, you've kind of started to explore a lot of that. And, there's still more progression beyond that, but that's like, it's not necessarily like a ton of new content for that mechanic beyond that. And then you've got this new Secrets of the Atlas system, which starts at tier 14. It's very endgame pinnacle content focus. So I'm like, it feels like there's kind of a gap there between tier 1 and 14. But you mentioned yesterday after that discussion that maybe you've changed it.
I initially was like, people are coming back after a long time. They're going to come back, and yeah, some people have been playing, but like the majority of people haven't, and they're going to come back, get to that end game, and be like, all right, let's get my footing back, refigure things out. Obviously, Settlers is there, but I understand a lot of people have experienced that in the last year, so that's not going to feel too new, but there's a little bit going on there. You've obviously got Betrayal, and then yes, we have our whole like certain scarabs up, certain scarabs down kind of balance, which I will note, by the way, only a portion of which will be in the initial set of patch notes. We'll have more scarab changes coming soon.
Patch note expansions to be announced.
People, ideally, our PoE1 players know by now, we get a little bit feral and we just go to the end. We go till Friday of the release date for our balance changes, so not everything is there, but a lot of it is. There's all those changes, and I thought, yeah, it's all good. What we'll do is aim for the people who really want new pinnacle fights. Like, when we added the tier 17s, they were a bridge between pinnacle and uber pinnacles.
Don't lie to me, Mark.
They weren't even the kind of highest tier of difficulty in the game. And you could argue these aren't either because they're pinnacles, but they are a step above the existing pinnacles. They are a bit harder. That being said, of course, just to clarify, there is a quest version of them where it is you get to tier 14s and you will find them deterministically and get through all three of them. Just for the narrative, you get to explore all that. They're easier balance. And then you get into farm mode where you get the true rewards and the true, difficulty test. But, as you pointed out, I thought that'd be all right. And then you did raise your like, but what about between tier 1 and 14? It's not going to feel very new. And it was like...
Yeah, where's the content?
Yeah, fair enough. We made some changes, of course. And as much as now in the live stream it says we're introducing it at high tier maps, that is where the story is introduced, so to speak. But we're now adding a bunch of trickled stuff beforehand, all the way from tier 3 maps, where you're now you're finding those memory influence maps, or the influence by the originator, as it said. You're getting the memory strand items, which are very useful for actually finding good item drops and crafting as you're going through the end game. And so you're getting that all the way through. And then, once you get to the higher tier maps is when you get into the actual pinnacle storyline with the new 3 pinnacle bosses. Look, straight up, it was just like what we thought was good oversight, but like, this is always what happens. I think even Jonathan mentioned earlier is that often, when we have these podcasts and interviews, it's just like half the time we end up discussing stuff that we're then going to go and change the day after or the day of, and that's exactly what
I feel like something always comes
out
of the Q&A. You usually do some sort of live development during these, which I love.
There's so much that like to not and happening so rapidly and coming together very much, all together at the end. It's impossible to really have your eye on everything and not miss like some things. Even we often miss things, and then it goes live, and then we address it then as well, and stuff like that, right? It's just like very, very, very crazy. But again, that's I kind of think that's the magic to it, and what allows us to do so much in so little time. But it is also the thing as well that's going to result in the 6 expansions coming in the next year for the combined games. So
so now like the state of it looks like veteran players are going to be exploring the mercenaries as they're leveling up. They're going to be going into the end game and kitting out, trying to find their ideal mercenaries, gearing them up, swapping them around, starting to interact with memory packs of enemies that drop memory influenced maps, that drop memory influenced items that they can craft, which I'm excited about that as like a progression, that crafting system with the boosted craft. And that was, you mentioned like a way of kind of getting the tiering system into Path of Exile 1.
The initial idea there was like, how can we get the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 item drops from PoE2 system into PoE1? And it was like, well, why don't we just do it in the new in-game system? And then we're like, well, we can have more granularity. It can go all the way from 1 to 100. There's not really much point not. And so you're finding better items. Like every time you pick up these items, it could have a set of full tier 1 modifiers. So that was the initial goal. And then, it was like, well, may as well. Like the crafting orbs can just consume it as well. Now it's worth getting into that specifically. The basic crafting orbs all consume it. And right now, like, we don't have fossils and harvest and stuff do it, but it is our intention to implement that. But it's a
cool.
bit scary. There's some OP there for sure. But I really like all those systems interacting and interweaving.
Please.
Now, what we're finding right now is that you actually do that crafting first, then you consume the memory strands for like the final exalts and final applications. And that is something that is happening internally, and you're getting some pretty insane outcomes there to guarantee like a T1 mod on your final exalts and stuff like that. But yeah, if we were to do it the other way around, you'd probably end up having it be very much using all those systems. So before we turn that on, obviously we're going to review every single thing and make sure we're definitely happy with everything, because it is a very complicated web of craziness. But
Actually, that was a question I was wanting to ask, was like, how do you even make new crafting systems for PoE1 at this point? Like, with all the various intricate... do you just kind of, like, make it and
You just
cross
have
your
to.
fingers?
You just have to effectively
Send it.
just take the chance and just come up with what you can do. Because if you worried about literally everything, you'd never make anything. So you have to on some level.
But it's the same with uniques. It's the same with new character systems. There's so many variables that you kind of just like, here's a thing.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, exactly.
That's kind of broken. Great.
It's fun though. It's just fun.
So you've got this progression system now, which sounds phenomenal. That sounds like a really nice improvement to just to like, while we're exploring the various changes you've done to things like the massive overhaul to Betrayal, for example, and like the new Scarabs, those new systems, the integration of like the previous content that's gone core. And then you get to tier 14, and then it's like new story kicks in with the Secrets of the Atlas, the memory system. And that uses the kind of like the idea of those memory threads.
Yeah, we had what was memories before.
Yeah.
So that was like, there was Alva's memory and all of that, and they had kind of different things. You couldn't juice them, but some of them gave pretty specific rewards, and a bunch of them were worth absolutely nothing.
The lack of juicing kind of meant that they didn't really have a good place in the end game, though.
Yeah, there was only a couple that were worthwhile.
We were like, we didn't really give that system justice, so like, let's kind of use that as the baseline for the new memory threads, except we 100% allow full juicing.
Yep.
And make them more unique, have the alter mods at the end of each run, and then have the new influence mechanic. And then what we did is we took all those memories.
The old memories are still in, right?
I think it was Octavian actually who suggested it, was like,
good job.
Put all those on Kirak. And so all the Kirak missions that can now be offered, since Kirak also couldn't be juiced, Kirak missions now can give you all of the things that appeared on those memories before, which gives him a unique thing that he didn't have before as well, and it can be more valued farming that. So 2 birds, 1 stone.
Some love. That's
good suggestion.
Thanks, Octavian.
And but yeah, effectively those, and then we're like, those memory strands, we don't want it to just be I'm doing normal mapping, then you find the memories, I've already tripped up now. It's this thing we were talking about yesterday with all the terminology.
Memory threads versus memory strands.
The memory threads. Again, once you're playing, it's a bit more clear. But yeah, we've got a bit of synonym thesaurus issues going on. You're doing the memory threads.
Yes, the old thesaurus.
That experience without just having to go, okay, I don't want to have to run a bunch of maps, get a thread, have some fun, and then I'm back to just regular things. So we're like, well, once you've finished the storyline, I won't explain exactly how that concludes because it's a big one. What those maps that you can find on that thread now will start dropping but it's T16s, and more frequency, and then but they will be rolling with Tier 17 mod pool, and we're kind of calling those T16.5s because they are very close to T17s, and it's kind of honestly, I would say in some cases, if you get the right memory skills, better than T17s, which I know has been a huge concern, and I agree with that, and I am finally, hopefully, we can not have just the age of T17s that can't self-sustain and you have to trade for, and a lot of frustration there. That's the hope. If it doesn't fully solve it, obviously it's still the intention.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I think that's going to solve it, but it's something, I guess. I just don't like the T17 mod pool.
You had this like very varied endgame, tons of different maps and everything, and then kind of narrow that down to 4 maps instead. And obviously it was presenting problems for build diversity as well.
It was also a clash because it was like those were meant to be the bossing way to get to the Ubers. Yeah. And it ended up being the juicing. And so then you have you have a kind of economy clash between people who want to farm bosses and people who want to juice. And it was like, okay, well, they were intended to be the boss way. Whoops. But you know, they were still kind of fun for both axes, you know, in some regard, minus a few little bits and pieces. Like, obviously, we had to do some changes to the mods, how they generated. Like, you know, we certainly had some hiccups with that one the first time around. But yeah, it was then all of a sudden now T16s are dead, you know?
Yeah.
So the hope here, bring them back. You can farm the map you want as with the originator influence on it, I believe is what the text said, or you know, what I call memory influence or Zana influence, you know, all of these things, whatever, they're influenced with a bunch of red and blue stuff. You get the pedals, you get the skills, but you get the div card you want, you get to farm the layout you want, you get to do the boss you want, and you don't have to deal with, you know.
Can you say somewhat definitively if like juicing is going to be happening in tier 16s again, or is it still going to be tier 17s a bit? Not sure.
I currently, as far as I can tell, it should be in the 16s, but I didn't want to make it that the 17s are just garbage.
Yeah.
So
you haven't taken a hard stance on it.
I think, especially with the right memory influence skills appearing, which you do have to take a bit of a gamble for, and sometimes you get really good ones and sometimes you get okay ones. That's part of the fun when you get it and you're like, oh yes, I got the epic one that revives monsters and I get all the loot twice. And then when you get that kind of thing, it's going to be like, okay, this is just 100% better. Like, how was it not? And then of course multiply that with all the all flames and you know, there's going to be some madness occurring. Not Necropolis tier madness, but there will be madness. We have learnt from that a bit. Don't you worry about that. That was out of control on a level unprecedented. But you know, still new tiers of
I'm confused by what kind of madness he means from Necropolis.
Chat about Atlas passive skill tree,
because that was just like inventory management.
Added to it. Is that something you consider as to like how many points you end up getting and those decisions like between things?
I like the amount of points you get and the amount you can invest in a given tree loadout. I think that is correct.
Still feels right.
Like we do remove a little bit of nodes and we have added some, but I wouldn't, like, we've added new ways to juice via the influence. We've added new ways to add more things to the all flames and stuff like that, and there's new multiplicative things going on there. I wouldn't also then want to just be like, here's another plus 20% on the tree as well. I think that choice matters. I like that choice matters, and I think you should have to give up something to get something of the new thing, or have one of your loadouts focus on that and two of the others focus on something else. So
well, something else that sounds like it's going to help is you mentioned to me this idea that you might be getting more access to the content from the investment nodes that you're taking anyway via scarabs, right?
Hello, streamer mode, please.
Yeah, true. I mean, it was
Discord
more of a SSF feature, but it will work for everyone. But both the map device where you apply like Breach League and a bunch of the nodes on the Atlas tree that are like, you know, chance to have breaches in your maps, both also now increase the chance of you getting scarabs of that league's type. Which is kind of how you know, PoE2 did it as well with their leagues, where you know,
content to get
you get expedition to get more expeditions.
Great.
It's the same thing here. We just wanted to push that a bit more, give a little bit more agency, and influence the scarabs you're getting. That way, you're getting more of the ones you want, because there are a lot of scarabs, of course, and you can block a decent chunk of them, and you can invest in some others. And we're just like, more agency is better here, like straight up. So, may as well.
Buddy,
and it just
agency
simply adds more value to the map device craft. So, why not?
All right. I know we're jumping around topics a lot here, but let's just kind of be in the flow of things. But on the mercenary topic, so you've designed these guys to be so good that everyone's going to want to use one, right? And that's like the right way to design it objectively. But it does raise the question as to you need to make sure that they're not abrasive to use, that they're fun to use, that there's not necessarily problems where you feel like, oh, I have to use them. So how do you go about making sure that that's the case for these guys?
I mean, obviously them increasing the difficulty, like, you know, is a thing that says maybe you don't want to necessarily, you know, maybe they're not pulling their weight on a boss fight, you know, and stuff like that, making it actually harder because of the life.
If you don't have the right mercenary,
you know, or if you don't have the right mercenary, you don't have the right gear on them. These are factors. However, generally they should be fun to have with you. You should want to engage with it. That is the league. If you're not playing in the league, or you don't want to engage with the league as much, you still got the end game, you still got betrayal, you still got, you know, the settlers, all that stuff is all still there. The character balance changes, everything's still there. It's just, you know, ideally you'd want to engage with the mercenaries. They are generally more beneficial than not. You would have to really over level them and not be upgrading them for them to start being kind of useless.
But the item and combat mechanic with them by itself is also like, even if you're not hiring a mercenary, there's still like, you know, there's a source of items there. There's new things like mechanics that they've got going on with that. So like even that part is a thing in itself.
Well, something I didn't realize from watching it and then even playing for a while was that, and I think the UI is getting improved by launch for this, but the when they have like the currency pocket, when you don't actually pick a currency from that, they give you all the currency from that window.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like so. It was a bit juicier than I thought it was actually. It kind of caught me by surprise.
Yeah, why not? But it was interesting creating a. There's not many leagues where you get one reward.
Yeah.
And obviously not the currency pouch, but you
pick a item,
picking a single piece of gear.
Yep.
And so we had to really think like, okay, I mean you can see it, so you already get a pick from all the different slots. But it was like, how do we make sure that their gear is comparable to what a player would have, which is kind of you're identifying many and picking the best, and you're crafting a thing, and so it's always better than average. And so we had to really think about what their gear should and what their items should look like. To be comparable to something you would actually want or have. So yeah, it's rare to have a league where you actually only just get one item. Like even Ultimatum, sure you get one in many rounds in a row, so you still get up to 10, whereas this is just actually one.
So you have to make sure it's good, right?
Yeah, and that was actually kind of complicated to do, but there's some pretty powerful stuff you can get from that. I mean, obviously the uniques are relatively easy to put in, but they do affect the mercenaries in some pretty crazy ways. But the rare items and stuff like that, yeah, it was a little bit complicated to actually get that to feel good, such that you feel like, I actually want to take that as opposed to just always taking the currency. But if you want to do that, go ahead as well.
Was there any kind of, just out of curiosity, was there any kind of thought on like as to what sort of items or what sort of mods they roll on their items then? Since they're like, they are kind of specific builds.
Yeah, kind of. It is relative to the build more so, yes. Yeah. Like there are like 30-something different archetypes. So we talked about like the Striker and I can't remember the names of Eruptor and stuff. But there are like 30-something of them. And, there's a Chaos Mage and there's ones with curses and ones with auras and ones with... I'm obviously listing all the utility stuff because I know that it's the aura bots of Trathus really is probably how a lot of people are going to see it.
No aura.
Rest in peace, the aura bot players.
But actually, there's a lot.
They're getting them all from
there's
mercenaries.
A lot of custom skills in there. They're not entirely player skills.
Yeah,
I know we touched on the Trathus skills, but we only showed this. I feel there's maybe around 16 of them. Some of them
and
are
you
cool.
can get those, right?
They can just be in their little pouch.
And you can just take one.
You can pick them, and if you defeat them, they drop it, and you get it. And that's a new. So it's kind of like a transfigured gem in a way, but it's a Trathan gem, and it's just so that's a way of delivering a bunch of new skills. And I know you have like Blood Storm Call, which is like physical that creates a blood dot. So you maybe want to add, so there might be some builds that want to do that. There's like new spectral shield throws and a whole bunch of different things. We saw the Siege Ballista in the live stream, but there's certainly a whole bunch of them. I know there's a kind of incinerate based blast rain. Blast rain was it? Yeah, like arrow comes down, does a wave of almost like an incinerate wave out of it and stuff like that. So like,
had some fun with that.
Spoiling a bunch of them, but it's only 4 or so. But yeah, there's heaps of different skills there, which is pretty cool. But then they also just have like kind of high cooldown and different passive skills and stuff like that as well. So like there's a lot of stuff.
Should have put more of those in the video, honestly.
Yeah, possibly. Probably. Yeah. Hey, there's gonna be some surprise and cool stuff for people to find. It was a 42-minute presentation.
Oh, is that all?
It's all right. Give a taste. Let people find a lot of cool stuff on live. So,
in terms of making them fun to like manage and hire and things like that, if you'd asked me before playing it, I would have said like, oh yeah, you want to be able to like spend some sort of passives on them or something like that. But then actually after playing it, I was like, oh, it's kind of good that you didn't go to that level because then there's no lock-in with them. You can change between them easily.
Would have been a bit annoying, I think.
Yeah, and a bit too much tedious upkeep.
Low micromanagement on this. So like doing the gear, but you won't have to do that too often. They don't level up. They don't have like they have a passive tree behind the scenes. You just don't get to see it or engage with it.
I wasn't actually sure. Was that Winners actually allocating individual nodes?
No. They have a Trathan passive tree.
Okay.
Secret proprietary.
Yeah. I mean, they gain stats as they level up, and it's kind of relative to the archetype, and there's some stuff going on, but you don't need to care about that. It's just
that's none of my business.
They're higher level. They've made somewhat intelligent decisions about their passive points and whatnot. And they're pretty good. Of course, some are better than others. Some will be good for your build. Much like you will have, here's the meta ascendancies for a league. Probably each meta ascendancy then has the meta mercenary for the league and so on and so forth.
Yeah, it'll be matched to your builds,
it's going to be pretty crazy, I suspect, in the end. There's like you know, as much as it's pretty simple to just arrange them, there's going to be a lot of little minor complexities.
That's poor path of building, guys.
I was going to say, like, are they going to have to implement some interesting...
They're definitely going to be a part of your build, so it's got to go in there. Yeah.
100%.
They can give you auras and various other buffing skills. I had a Templar that had like an aura, and he had the smite with the lightning aura.
Your meta build, then for that you need your 3 meta mercenaries, and then your meta animate guardian, and then you've got oh my god, too many. I mean, at least a lot more items will be getting put to use, so that's good.
I'll be curious to see how the Animate Guardian feels, because, I don't know, like, that one has obviously the skill gem cost as well, potentially, like, supports and things like that.
Yeah, of course. But,
so that's obviously a bit more of a tax, whereas these guys are just a free add-on on top. They don't cost you anything except gold.
Gold.
Yeah, gold.
You know.
Which was, you intentionally didn't go for an upkeep cost for them, which I noted.
Yeah, I mean, you already earned their... You still got to pay them a little bit, but you defeated them. You don't need to pay them by the hour anymore.
There's a gold cost if they die, which I found I had a couple die early on, but then they were mostly, especially if I picked good ones, they were staying alive. Like I had one guy that was ridiculously tanky, and then some of them had like 4k life, and this guy had like vitality and enduring cry and kind of like a fizz aura and immortal call and things like that. I'm like, oh yeah, these guys are kind of better than me.
That's true. Often you might find yourself aspiring to become more like your mercenary.
Yes.
I mean, if they're not, then why you bother paying them?
From a ruthless place in Trothus, and they've come here, and they're like, "What are all you weaklings doing?" And so, you know.
It was quite confronting when I was like doing my usual running through mud flats with my ranger in a Hessian sackcloth clothing, and then I run into literally the ranger one. And they're like wearing, Giga MTXs, and they got like all these different supported skills, and they're like comboing them together. And I'm like, whoa.
It's giving you something to aspire to.
Yes.
This is what I
hope they're killable on the first run through, like that early on.
Them later.
Yeah, look, remember they came here of their own choice. They haven't been exiled here as a criminal left to rot on a beach.
I have to say, they kind of feel like suckers. They've got this honor code system, right, that says that if a challenger comes and challenges them, they have to wager literally one of the pieces of clothing they're wearing of the challenger's choosing, and the challenger doesn't have to put up anything. Like, you don't have to wager anything of yourself. Like, I feel like in a previous Path of Exile, we might have be like, oh yeah, you have to gamble your item.
But if you remove the game mechanic from the equation and you go, okay, let's say you and I have a duel and I get to take your shoes, and my sacrifice is I have to die. I don't think that's a fair trade.
He's got a good point.
It's in a world where you can revive.
Yeah, but they don't know that.
Okay, fair enough. Good
and
point.
like honestly, if I have to go like your shoes versus my 15% experience, I don't know if I'm gonna.
Pretty nice boots.
Yeah, sure, but that's part of my level I just lost. So I don't know if I'll take that trade.
Yeah, well, you got me there. That's a good point. We'll get some more questions about the mercenaries there. Do mercenaries count as minions? Has been asked.
Oh, I said 15%, and I realised that is not correct.
Oh, what was the...
I'm just making up numbers.
No.
Mark spreading misinformation.
That's the wrong number.
No. What have you done? That's going to be quoted.
I just quickly glanced at chat, and I'm like, oh, geez, I said I just made something up on the spot in the heat of the moment. Don't worry about me.
It's like when everyone thought the death penalty in PoE2 was 15% for like 3 days.
Minion-based things. Like flasks,
they don't
minions?
count as a semantic minion for minion damage and all of that. But I know, for example, all the how there's bosses and they have certain skills because they're less avoidable. They deal less damage to your minions.
Oh, yeah.
They also count as They also get that damage reduction from those things because they're not like going, there's an AOE here, I'm getting out of it, and they're going to jump back in like you are. They're just going to soak the damage, and so we've made it so obviously they don't take as much damage from those unavoidable attacks, so to speak, and much like how your minions do and whatnot. But again, they are pretty tanky. So on top of that,
on that same spirit of live improvements happening as we're talking about, it's like yesterday I was asking can you heal them with like the minion flasks or something like that to like heal them in between combats, and later I got a message saying that you guys have changed it so that they heal out of combat now.
Yeah, it was taken from the it's something I actually really like that the minions do in PoE2, where when there's some downtime, they kind of regenerate back to full life. So that change was made yesterday actually, and so now the mercenary, you don't have that thing where you have to give it some life regen, and explored a few different options, but it was just like, you know what, Just like if there's a little bit of downtime, or if, it's more if they haven't lost life in the last some amount of time, they just whoop back to full life. So
Love it.
You know,
It's just good quality of life. Yeah.
you don't just have them sitting at 10% life, and you're like, what am I supposed to do here? Yeah.
So they can be brought into pinnacle content is one of the other questions I'm saying.
Yeah. Anywhere, everywhere in the game.
No restrictions on that.
Yep.
Nice, cool. And people seemingly from the question, based on the questions, don't believe that you can have like a 6-person party and have 6 mercenaries. That you wouldn't allow that. That's too crazy. I mean, it is too crazy, but you do allow that, right?
We do.
Yeah, we do.
That's the thing. Okay.
I mean, you know, it's a lot. It's a lot of auras. But you know, I'm very much looking forward to playing my. Everyone knows I play my support characters, and you know, you'd expect, you're a support character, so you can get a DPS merc now and not have to play with your friends. But I'm thinking, well, hold on, I can be a support character and have a support mercenary and support my friends even more. So like, you know, it's all win.
That sounds about you.
I guess the support mercenaries would also support the not support mercenaries. That would
like the DPS ones were
double up even harder, I guess.
Solid role, or if I was like struggling in that regard, they did seem like they were actually able to kill things. Is that something that can happen in endgame though? Like that seems hard to believe.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, you can give them Headhunter, you can give them all of that stuff, and they take the damage, they scale it. Like, the only thing they don't have is, you know, your skill, which could be bad, and thus they could be better than you, or you could be very good, and in which case, you know, I'm just saying, like, they are still a computer. Right, they are still at the end of the day doing that, so they might not make the smartest decisions that you agree with.
There's like custom AI for each skill, right?
There is 100%, and
so they're a bit above the 50 percentile of players.
Yeah, they might be.
Yeah,
I'd say around 55% just percentile average. You know,
better than half you.
Computers can be good. So, but at the end of the day, you know, when you're like, you know, giga zooming and obliterating everything before it can even appear on your screen entirely. You know, there's a question of how much use can they really be, and that's where I come in and say, look, the floor is still, they're half a party member worth of loot increase, and they are, you know, whatever auras and all of that. So you might pivot from more. You definitely want, like, DPS ones are real good all the way through, but once you again become the power of 1,000 gods, like,
there's a certain point where
there's only so much you can do. Now that being said, if you do want to play a more passive character and you want them to just go wild, like they're pretty strong. There is, of course, the thing where if you miscalculate that, you go into your pinnacle relying on them to kill it, and you miss the mark and they die. It's not like you're bringing them back in that area.
They only have one
so
portal.
now you're like, oh, damn it. I'm not sure what to do now, and you've got to do it the hard way. So, but yes, much like the new Change the Animate Guardian, if they die, they don't come back into that area.
Sounds like a good way of doing it.
Sequential instances, yeah.
Much better than the losing gear and all that,
yeah,
all that drama.
We went through all that. I even had the maybe in Ruthless they should lose an item, or maybe, you know, I was like, is that a thing? I was like, oh, no, look, it's either right or wrong. Let's just go with what we know is right.
Forget about Ruthless.
What is not.
Pretend it doesn't exist.
A bunch of unnecessary. Oh my god! Now I got to do this again, and something unpredictable happens, or some monster skill is like particularly imbalanced, and it's like, oh my god, it just lost so much currency, and like, so all good.
Sounds great. Awesome. So Settlers Town went core. We didn't have to rebuild it. Phenomenal. Thank you. Gold goes core, which obviously as an experiment feels like a success then. Jonathan, I think you feel like you can speak to that.
I mean, sure.
Gold was a core feature of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy with where God, like, you know, with how God improves things. I mean, you know, we originally did it as a way to reduce the number of things that monsters can drop while still having it so that they feel like they drop things.
Yeah, like culling the
But I mean, I honestly like. I think it's been a straight up improvement, and obviously it's really good to be able to work with the you know, the new the trade, the currency market and stuff like that. Like, I think that stuff, like, you know, I don't know that there'd be another way to do that as successfully as the way that works. So like I think that's worked well, and it's funny because you know, like, on the surface, you're like, oh, every game's got gold. But the funny thing about it is that in most games, gold is a lot of games have like bound items, and then gold is the only thing you can trade. In our game, you've got unbound items, and gold is the only thing you can't trade, and that's why it sort of works as that kind of trading kind of thing. So I think the way we've done it, like, it works well, and I definitely want to keep it. Like, it's got a definite place for sure, and like, we may be able to expand its use as well more in the future potentially. Like right now, it's
like with an instant buyout item market,
like shops or anything like that. Like, you know, it's used for gambling, but it's not used for the regular shops. And like, there were some issues around that, but we might change that one day. Sort of hard to say, but you know, I think it's definitely it's good.
Yeah, okay. And that means obviously currency exchange is staying core and things like that. It looks like shipments were staying core, and that's one that I see is like mixed opinions on. Some people love it. You know, it's passive income, and but it's also like an obligation. You know, it's a thing you got to check in on. It's busy work to an extent.
We did some changes here, so we did slow down. You know, we made them take longer, and proportionally, in some cases, increase the rewards. The intention there being, of course, that way you have to deal with it less.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not the focus of the league anymore.
It's
we
not
don't,
the
we don't want
focus,
it to be
so-
overtaking what you're doing all the time.
Yeah. And look, I expect these things to be a bit divisive, 100%. Some people love it, some people don't. And that's great. That's everything in PoE, and that's everything we add. And you can choose to do it. You can choose not to do it. Maybe you choose to just do the crops and do the shipments and not worry about all the other stuff to do with it. Maybe you just use the map runners and put all of your gold investment into that. You know, there will be other ways to spend gold in the future. Maybe because you don't want to deal with them, you build up an excess, and then all of a sudden we add the gambling strongbox from PoE2 or something like that to sink the rest.
Yes,
Who knows?
dude.
Yeah, we'll see.
Do it so good.
It's a fun strongbox, but
That is a good one.
that will come to PoE1, I promise you.
100%.
So, but you know, there'll be ways to do it, but we'll feel it out and see how much gold people are getting relative to losing as well a bit, and then see. But the intention here is that if it's feeling annoying and how much you have to deal with it, then we've missed the mark, and we'll probably even, you know, adjust things a bit further as well.
Okay, yeah.
But again, like everything, it's up to you, your agency, your choice. Like,
You touched on an interesting point, because I feel like before it wasn't optional because it was there and it was free stuff. So why wouldn't you do it? But now you're actually, both in terms of gold, but also your passive application, like, are you actually even investing in having those ores appear versus something else? So it's not necessarily just like a free thing on top that you're obligated to do. It's now a more conscious decision.
I
right?
could see it feeling mandatory, and if it does feel mandatory, then we've missed the mark a little bit for sure.
You want to avoid that.
I don't want it to feel so mandatory, but that being said, I also wouldn't want it to feel so terrible that you never want to engage with it. So there's always a fine line to hit. And
But there's stuff you can only get from there, so there's always going to be that.
yeah,
element.
for
Like,
sure. If
yeah.
you want to get the tattoos and rune grafts, and some of those rune grafts, a lot of them are like pretty crazy off-build stuff, and there's a good set of like chase ones in there, and you know, there's some pretty crazy stuff in there to get. You know, but I think it's a better system. I like the idea that now Settlers is giving two different passive tree mechanics that can coexist
Tattoos,
as the
runes,
rewards, aside from obviously recombinating and map running and stuff. But as opposed to, like, you know, just the freaking insane enchants that you were getting on your weapons
So
before.
the enchants are gone then. This
Yeah.
replaces that, yeah.
Yeah.
Which I think most
They
people
were
expected.
they were a little bit much on the power creep axis. It was kind of just a bit crazy, but you know, I wouldn't say that we won't see some sort of weapon enchant system back in the future.
Yeah.
You know,
Played with
and
the
we're a
idea
bit more
before.
regulated and stuff like that. But you know, because there's room for that, there's design space for that. But we never know what form. But I like that Settlers is where you go to get your alternate passive tree stuff. I think for changing masteries and changing nodes, I like that as the reward from it.
It was a pretty funny reveal of the live reveal of the recombination changes, because everyone was like, "Oh no, you did it! You got rid of the old one and replaced it with this." But
I
then
know,
obviously,
that was my
we're
first
here
thought, too.
Seeing all of the L's, and then I'm like, "Don't worry, they'll come back. They'll come back. It's all right."
It was very entertaining from our perspective.
So that's all right. And then all of a sudden, L's www saved. I love it. I very
feel like that was
thoroughly enjoy
intentional,
watching
but,
chat. Yeah.
So you kept the old version of recombination. Is that changed or nerfed in any way, or is that just as it was?
The old way, I can't speak to that with an absolute certainty, and I would have to talk to, one of the main designers dealing with that. But I did say, like, we should pretty much keep it the same.
Yeah.
And if there is a change, it needs to be, like, very much justified. It's not, like, you know.
Yeah. So
People like it for a reason. Like, keeping it alongside the other one and then gutting it is obviously not not the play. You may as well have not kept it at that point. So, yeah, it was certainly the intention that we keep it. It's still a favorite. Like, if anything, I would be okay with making things more expensive. So it's a little bit harder to use at the top end when you're doing, like, you know, the very... I think that is maybe the thing we concluded. When you're interacting with a lot of the really special modifiers that you normally can't get on items, we're making it a bit more expensive. But I don't think that was a huge constraint anyway,
Not a
unless you
barrier
were
for the people doing
unless
it
you were going
usually.
to it. Yeah, sure. So I would prefer to do something like that instead of nerfing the power of it at this point. And I'm like 99% sure we didn't nerf the actual functionality of it. But
Yep.
I'll verify, and if it is the case, I will let the community know afterwards.
Okay. On the topic of gold, an ongoing thing has been that gold is, very present from the core Atlas mechanics and certain things, but other things just literally don't drop it. You do Blight or whatever, and you just don't get gold, or Sanctum just doesn't get gold. That's obviously a separate topic, but
Breach
something
monsters
that has been
weren't really dropping
normalized
gold
across
either.
the game. Do you want players to be in a position where they can't use it?
We are making some adjustments. So, when we did that, obviously we went through the entire game, of which there is a lot, and specifically we're like, do this, too much gold, lower, and we had penalties and increases all over the place, and a bunch of stuff was too low. Some stuff is, and I wouldn't say it's too high. It was actually probably relatively nice mostly. There was just a bunch of stuff that's just dead. And it is our intention for that to not be the case. So we do want to increase those. I don't know how much they'll necessarily increase by, but it is something that is on our radar 100%. So
yeah, okay, great. Because
Heist is a good example.
Yeah, I think the most compelling argument I heard in favor of making sure that those had access to gold was for the player who wanted to focus on just that. They just wanted to heist.
100%.
They can't currency exchange, right? That's the biggest problem.
100%. It isn't. It is just let's say it is already a relatively divisive league, and then also the gold sucks. It's easy to perceive that as dead. So
yeah.
It look, there are some things where we maybe make an intentional decision because they are too rewarding to be like it's not a place you're going to get a lot of gold, Sanctum, and then when we're like, okay, which we'll make some changes too, but then you have the things like Heist, where I would say it isn't that regard, and it's just like, why is the gold bad here? And it's like, look, we just missed the mark. So
yeah. Oh, well, I guess since we brought it up, the Anti-Sanctum Alliance has been constantly messaging me, asking about, whether Sanctum's going to see any changes in terms of just kind of how much raw currency it prints early league for a low investment for really knowledgeable players, giving them such a massive advantage over less ones. Obviously, that's always the case, but it seems to a severe magnitude.
I don't have the exact changes because they're literally we're going to do them today or Monday, but which I know seems crazy. So they're not massive grand rework, but at least for now we're certainly going to give it less of the edge it has. Mm-hmm. I don't exactly know what form, but it's not going to have. It's not just going to be untouched. In terms of a grander future, I would like to shift away from it just being pure regular currency and move into something where it has its own item and own reward mechanic that has some sort of interaction with something. Almost every league has something special, and that one is just obviously it's got a relic meta
that
system,
one
but it's
is
just
money.
Here's some uniques, here's a different style of gameplay, but just here's all the currency. Then it becomes very quantifiably better or worse than just core game. And obviously very, very early, it's very strong. And then, maybe juicing catches up, but then, it obviously gets a little bit crazy. In different axes, you get a lot more uniques, a lot more different things. Mm-hmm. But it's still, it's just that there's very easily quantifiable thing where it's a very good strategy if you know what you're doing, especially very early on, as you're saying. But it needs its own thing. It 100% needs its own thing. So, but at least for now, it doesn't have to be as good as it is for how easy it is to do so. So we'll make some changes. I just don't know the exact specifics. And as a result, they won't be in the patch notes today.
What's up,
in another coming soon section. Because
this new PoE league looks crazy.
Again, I'm not. Why would we not stop? Why would we stop developing now? We have another
week before. It's what are we going to do? Sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Exactly. Sounds good.
A new PoE 2 patch updates today. Allegedly, it will be dropped. The PoE 2 0.2.1 should be dropping today.
Big overhaul for that, and something that was really long awaited. It does kind of.
I have not seen a time or anything like that.
Looking forward to giving a similar treatment. I hear a lot of feedback about quality of life around bestiary, for example.
I was gonna look to see if there was any word about that after this Q&A is done.
I know for itemizing beasts
and probably after we're done looking at patch notes for PoE1.
A little bit annoying. Maybe more than a little bit. But talking about the Sanctum reward as an example.
If we can go from all this new stuff to playing new stuff in PoE2, that'd be sick.
Blight a bit of an overhaul. I'd love to, do something with Delve.
Delve mentioned.
There's probably more that I want to actually look at the.
Press kit's up too.
Hell yeah. But these things fall out of popularity. They fall out of favor. They get outdated, they become old,
legacy of a decade.
It's what happens. But the good thing is, much like with Betrayal, we circle back and give it a whole fresh coat of paint, new rewards, new systems, new interactions, You know, or step forward the storyline and evolve it into a mini sequel sometimes as an option. You know, there's all these kinds of things that are completely things we could do. So like, you know, purely hypothetical. Maybe you're now later on you're just delving and oh my god, there were the 3 cities and now there's a 4th city with a 4th boss. And
what?
What is this thing I'm finding?
100% confirmed.
Again, now because I've said, hypotheticals have to become realities.
100% confirmed. Also, just like the Blight overhaul coming next week. And in my mind, you didn't even say it, but like temples are getting reworked. And it was like, you didn't even say it, but I said that in my mind and now it's true. So I'll hold you to that.
Cannot confirm nor deny.
Phenomenal. Some rapid fire quality of life things to kind of follow on from the bestiary mention. We have like the ID all things in your inventory from PoE2. Love it. Would love to see it in Path of Exile 1. Any reason why it couldn't be a thing or wouldn't be a thing?
What?
Do you hate it? Do you hate my hands?
I can't remember what.
Control click at an NPC and
it's on my list. It's still on my list. It's I have my here's all the quality of life stuff. It was like there was a section where it's like to discuss later again, and I put it in that, and I actually genuinely cannot remember why it wasn't just immediately and obviously doable.
Yeah, it seems like the thing if you want to do, you'd be like, yes, do it. So I assumed something up.
There was one thing that was like blocking me from just being like, hey, 100% just do it. I just can't remember what it was, but it's a thing we can get around
Game
and
exploded.
make happen for sure. But like, yes, the being able to go to town and ID all was very useful, and hideout as well was an extreme upgrade that I liked. So,
well, tell me who whatever dev is working on that, I'll go make them lunch or something so they can focus.
I'll take you to them afterwards. But you have to now, because if I'm going to be held to things I'm saying, you're going to now buy them lunch. So,
okay, I'll see what I can do.
Ziggy writing checks he can't cash.
Some of the older bosses with phases, Chimera is the one that stands out to me. Is like
immunity phases.
Yeah, just like really long immunity phases.
This is the question
at this point.
Katarina got the same treatment. Where it's
Yep.
just like, oh, okay, like maybe like 40 immunity phases is just a bit much. It's not. I don't know what the number was. It wasn't that, but like it was just a bit much. But yeah, a lot of those are going to need a bit of overhaul as well. It's hard to justify going back and spending a lot of time on that, but there's sometimes are very easy things we can do, because instead of doing that, we could just be making a brand new boss that's like way more epic, way more fun, and fits into a more modern and core thing. Whereas like some of those are just like very high in game, get some fragments. It's one boss of 4 that then gets to a pinnacle, and like you want your pinnacles to be good. You certainly want your end of line bosses like Katarina to be good, and that having as many immunity phases as it was just doesn't hold up now. Like I would say it didn't even really hold up then either. It just, again, it takes you to really back out of the new stuff and go back and look at the thing to go, what is actually wrong with this, and look through everything and go, yeah, there's actually more bad here than I thought. And then you go through and fix it all and change it all and revamp it all and do it again X years later.
Yeah. It's been a while since we talked about this, but with a discussion about gold and the currency exchange, I feel like it's worth revisiting. Just like, how do you feel that the old trade manifesto holds up from way back in the day? Like now, in light of
the real question,
the currency exchange, like, kind of definitely shows that
He's sitting up.
I mean, it's not like we didn't know there wasn't demand for instant trade, right? But the currency exchange definitely helped things a lot. And I know that we still want to do more stuff. Like I've kind of talked a little bit before about how there's other things we want to do, and I still think we want to do it. The main thing is that like the gold allows us to make it so that there can be a cost that isn't the cost of having to do the actual trade with individual other people. And so I do think there is a world where we can go to where we can have a different system. We'll probably prototype that in PoE2 first, I reckon. Where,
it's still on the radar. Let's go.
Have a permanent standard economy that, in PoE2 we've got an economy that will exist forever, but that's not going to be standard, right? Because that'll be the early access economy that will stick around. So we've still got an opportunity here to completely damage the economy without being able to recover from it.
I know from my perspective, when the currency exchange came out, I was like, after we played, and it was such a relief of friction that I was like,
you were like, this is all we ever need.
Maybe this is enough.
That's what I was worried.
And obviously then it started coming back a little bit. Then playing 020, on PoE2, and then going to trying to trade for more items. I was like, I'm reminded of all the frustrations. I'm like, we definitely need more than just the currency exchange. So, I would say we scoped it out. We wanted to see if it was better enough, and then I was just like getting beyond angry trying to trade, and I'm like, why is the whole server AFK? You know?
I think it might have been worse in PoE2 because of more new players. So
what I found in PoE2, a fun little trade thing, is when I first started, people didn't know. Go to you invite them, they come to your hideout.
Basic etiquette
and I'm like,
stuff.
Are you coming? What's going on? And then they're sitting in Act 2 town, just like waiting for me, and I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. No one knows that you just go to your hideout. That's a new thing to have to learn.
Oh, and it's shifted as well. Like weird new kind of like things of like culture things have grown out of that. Just like kind of independently from different like new people versus pre-existing PoE players, and it's become a strange little.
It's
thing.
real fun to watch, eh?
It's an interesting little social experiment thing going on, isn't there? But I think like I think what you've touched on there is that it does just kind of raise the question of like, where should the friction be? The friction being in gold feels really good. I think
that is exactly the thing that
UX.
we would prefer, right?
Yeah.
The thing that's going to be the question is that if gold is the only friction, it still needs to be that the cost of it is enough. So the thing that the trade manifesto talks about basically is you get this issue with you don't get it with currency. So doing it for currency is actually fine because. Currency, it acts as a sink. It is currency, so it's okay to have like fluid trade for that. When you start getting into items, then you start to have that issue where the stuff at the top is worth like astronomical amounts, and the stuff at the bottom is worth nothing. And like any trade will cause that, but the easier trade is, the more you get that. So you've kind of got this like if trade it was very hard, you get like a flat line. You turns into more of an exponential growth curve as you as trade becomes easier and easier. So effectively, we just have to make sure that we're hitting the right point. And what I worry about, and this is one of the things as well, if we first do something like this, we're probably going to have to price the gold cost pretty high as a starting point, and then kind of maybe back it off as we see like what the effect is. Because if gold is the only barrier, then you're going to see those that kind of issue.
Well, gold's like a direct kind of translation of your like play time / play quality,
and
your efficiency to that trade capacity.
So the fact that it works that way, where it's effectively character, like bound to you, effectively means that we can use it this way, and that's kind of the difference between us and other games. So I think it will work, but it's like we're just going to have to be very careful. 100%.
Because I 100% get like the concern about it, because this is about like what you're actually putting on your character and circumventing whether you're actually doing any gameplay for that. But this makes it so that you are doing gameplay for that, and it's an alternate method.
So we have to be careful, especially in the early game, where if you can just get something that some high level player just doesn't care about anymore, so they sell it for nothing. And then it costs you, but it
still has to cost you
effectively
something.
Costs it sort of needs to cost you something. So we just have to make sure we're getting that right. So when we do it, it'll we're gonna have to be very careful around that stuff for sure.
Yeah,
that's actually such a huge relief. I was so worried that they gave up on that idea.
Realistically, do a couple items a day, then it's not your bulk trading kind of method.
Can be,
it exists alongside the existing one or something like that. That could be a prototype for it. So it seems like it feels possible now, whereas before it was like a no way never. That's crazy.
It is possible now for sure. It is possible.
Which is it's just I'm excited to see what you do to experiment with that. Mark seems keen.
Won't be too far away, I think.
Bloody
but,
AFK people.
I'm pretty sure we're going to prototype it in PoE2 first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Where we've got a bit more leeway there.
Like you said, I mean that shows a bit of like a love and sanctity to Path of Exile 1 there for the people maybe concerned that you don't care about it.
Right, so I guess so. Yeah.
And just one more note: and all you people who are listing items,
here he goes, rant time,
and then you're not even AFK. You're in a map, and you're just not replying.
Don't list it for that price if you don't want to sell it.
Please stop it. Please.
He's got a point, though.
No,
He's got a point.
You're going to keep going now because then you're going to have more drive to get this new system implemented. So yeah, it backfires, but whatever.
There is that. Make trade as bad as possible to motivate you guys.
No, we're not having some accelerationist concept here. That's terrible.
And that is the note that we'll wrap up the Q&A on today. Thank you very much, folks, for hanging out with us, and thank you, Jonathan and Mark, for answering our questions today. I look forward to playing more of Secrets of the Atlas and Mercenaries of Trathus.
Yeah,
awesome. Thank you.
Yeah,
everyone has fun, and we're back.
Yeah,
we're back. We're so back.
So back. See you later, guys.
See you later.
Okay, bye. Alright, where them patch notes at? I suppose the other question is also, where's that press kit at? Can't wait for the Path of Exile website to be down. Ah, yeah. Alright, turn this shit down. Ugh. Good enough. Extract all, yeah. Sure. Alright, what do we got here? We got rune grafts. Reduced attributes, increased global defenses. Damage for each unlinked socket and equipped two-handed weapon. Huge. I assume that's a local damage. Warcry speed if you have not Warcried recently. Whoa. Nice logo. Modifies memory influence map, causing memory influenced items found to have more strands but fewer items dropped. I think they said it was like plus 12 or something. Consumes all memory influence on an item to attempt to upgrade the tier of explicit modifiers based on the number of memory strands consumed. Randomizes the number of memory strands on a normal equipment item. So I don't remember, I kind of like missed it. I don't remember what exactly memory strands do by default. But I thought it was something kind of like Weaver's Will in Last Epoch. And with the Orb of Unraveling, it's like definitely like that. You just eat it all up to upgrade the tiers. We got Kitava, and this is one of the pinnacle boss arenas. Looks a lot like Synthesis. Synthesis adjacent. Level 83. Sturdix. Shield Crush, Shield Charge, Spectral Shield Throw of Tarthus. That's one of the new ones. Tempest Shield, Physical Aegis, and Determination. Wow. But then his weapon is also the Princess. Well, I guess he's using a shield build. I don't remember how those all scale. Probably shield shit. That's one of the people they showed off in the video. Kind of a sick looking MTX. Oh, well. That dude looks weird as shit, but okay. More pictures of them. Mercenaries only accept gold payment up front and will not refund you if you lose the duel. Some memory stuff. When adding random explicit modifiers to this item, higher level modifiers will be more common proportional to the number of memory strands. Memory strands are consumed whenever random explicit modifiers are added to this item. So it's not like you get stuff from killing enemies with the item equipped, which is probably a good thing because then you don't have to equip this blue ring to actually get more stuff on it. But yeah. Some ghosts and stuff. Katarina. Oh, that's a nice one. New map device. I kind of like this this border on the maps. We got a nice new map item upgrade or map art upgrade. Huge. Egon or whatever his name is. There he is. The Siaxan Assassin goes hard. The hell is that thing? I guess this is the new pinnacle bosses. Same one. Thing's creepy looking. I don't like it. Yeah, this dude just reminds me of Arbiter. There he is again. He keeps popping up. Yeah, I wanted to read this, but I couldn't read it in time when it kept popping up on stream. Corrupts unique item, modifying it unpredictably, can modify corrupted items. Items corrupted this way can have up to 2 implicit modifiers. So it kind of limits it, actually. It's not just as many implicits as you can get, like Hands of the High Templar. But you know what? For being able to use 15 of them, and they're also less likely to brick than normal Val Orbs, that's actually probably like, still pretty good. So I think I'm like almost definitely going to be farming Betrayal at the very beginning just to try all these new benches and stuff. And the fact that the board just never gets reset, and then you can trade away your Katarinas if you don't want to run her. But also, she's not as bad as she was, and you can still get Veiled Orbs and stuff. It should be neat. Oh yeah, all Flame Members. Those will be almost definitely worth a lot for the right ones, anyways. Nice little background. Flashier little background. And that's it. I wonder if we'll get that Portal MTX as one of the rewards for winning. Also, why does this... What is this build? I don't know if y'all can see that behind the stuff on the stream, but like... Was that 3 Val Hastes? 2 Ballistas, which is the same Ballista? Frostblink, and then... Was that Overload? I don't even remember. What the hell? They're also using a damn Eternal Flask. What the hell? Anyways, that's press kit. You can download it at the bottom of the little announcement page if you like that kind of thing. But the patch notes, the real business, the meat and potatoes, the stuff. It's actually not nearly as big as some other patch notes, which is kind of okay with me. I don't want to be reading here for 2 hours anyways. Could go one more. Okay, yeah. So here we are. Content update 3.26, Secrets of the Atlas. So tears into different realities within the Atlas have begun to appear. The originator of these realities has entangled themselves within the very fabric of the Atlas, and they're now trapped. That kind of implies Zana is the one, the originator, but I don't know. Egon, a man of mysterious heritage, pay no attention to his last name and how it's exactly the same as Zana and the Shaper. In his quest, Egon has been investigating these distortions of reality, occasionally catching glimpses. In the Atlas, you will encounter threads of consciousness, a strange thread-like substance that appears near the tears. By using a powerful gauntlet of his own making, bro, he's got the Infinity Gauntlet, Egon's able to create a link to these memory threads and open portals to them. Or whatever. You must step through and find Zana or whatever remains of her. So maybe she is not specifically the originator, but she becomes the originator. That would be very sad. And then Zana's like really gone, like with no hope of coming back. That'd be very sad. But maybe like this update, Zana's gone with no hope of recovery. Next major endgame update, they bring back Navali. And then she brings Zana back for real. And then I can go back to selling my stuff to Navali because she was my favorite NPC person. What's up, Dagam? I sure am. I sure am. I'm just looking forward to Breach, sir, as always. Areas you are asked to investigate are not your typical maps, influenced by the memories of Zana herself, and have manifested dangerous threats. Influence monsters are imbued with memory petals. Defeat them and absorb the power to unleash it for yourself as a special ability during combat. Those are the things that are kind of like Sentinel, where it's like, buff up the monster to do more or give you more stuff. But you have to like earn it by killing the influence monsters first. Gonna peruse some notes and watch your reveal? Hell yeah, dude. I think it's pretty exciting. Also, if just in case you don't watch the Q&A, they are still considering and pretty likely, I think, to actually put in a instant buyout item market. I don't know if that was something you were worried about, but it was something I was worried about. And when Ziggy brought it up, and they were like, "Yeah, we're still thinking about that." Yeah. They confirmed it there, and that they're pretty likely to put it in PoE2 first, just to see how it goes. Because like when they did the currency exchange and it went so well, and they were like, "Yeah, wait, this might be all we need." I was like really worried that they were gonna not do it, but then both like Jonathan was on board, and while Jonathan was talking, Mark was in the background going like this. I was like, yeah, it's at least gonna get tried. I think very likely. Anyways, memory petals. As you defeat the boss of each map along the thread, you're presented with an altar that applies a modifier to the remaining maps in the thread. These modifiers accumulate as you dive deeper into a memory. Also, these maps, even though they're like the memory maps that we had before, these ones do get your Atlas bonuses and like any of your other juicing stuff. So that all works. And then on top of that, you get the special modifiers that accumulate as you go further in the chain. But the final map in each thread is a true challenge, affected by all of the previous modifiers selected at each altar and guarded by a powerful boss. Each of these bosses are familiar but dreamlike, drawn from Zana's memories and warped by the Atlas into something very different and terrifying. Defeat these warped memory bosses and dive deeper into the memory rifts to encounter the most significant of Zana's memories manifested into 3 new pinnacle bosses. Yeah, buddy. But wait, there's more. The League, Mercenaries. I don't know if we need to read all the flavor text. Meeting a mercenary, challenge to a duel. Yeah, hey, yo, sometimes you may meet particularly infamous Charthan mercenaries bearing the name of their house. These mercenaries descend from the 4 major death trade families. That goes hard. The sole source of items with new infamous modifiers. I don't know if they mentioned that in the announcement. Only 1 mercenary can accompany you at a time, but you can have up to 3 total in your service. Having varied options is useful, as there may be situations where you need specific backup. I was really worried it was going to be like you run into the mercenary halfway through the zone, hire them, and then they follow you through the rest of the zone and go away through the next one. So like having 1 of 3 little buddies following you around is pretty nice. You can replace the items equipped to active mercenaries or those in reserve with the ones of your choosing. Mercenaries don't level up like exiles do, so you should keep an eye out for more powerful mercenaries as you progress through the campaign and endgame. Standard, hardcore, soul of self-found. 40 new challenges. Wow. Yo, from the 19th challenge onward and for every 3rd challenge after that, we get pieces of the mercenaries totem. Wild. Shaper's Exalt, Elder's Exalt, Orb of Remembrance. This is the new memory influence crafting stuff. Added a new intelligence, dexterity, support gem, focus channeling. Supports channeling spells you cast yourself, significantly empowering the damage of supported skills the longer they're cast, while also increasing their cost the longer they're cast. Ayo, self-cast Divine Ire, are you back? I mean, I don't know if that was ever the play, but is it now? You can now pause the game by opening the menu. Yep. Rogue Harbor can now be accessed through a pin. Dude, even if I have 1 million rogue markers, spending the 1 to go back to the heist area always felt so bad. I couldn't even tell you. Alternatively, you can also use the /heist chat command in town and hideout areas to go back. That's neat. That's neat. Maximum number of players in a single instance of the Rogue Harbor has been halved. That's also huge because that's half as much MTX going on at any given time in the Rogue in the harbor. So load times are going to be a lot better in there. Maybe not as ideal as having no players in there, but it's an improvement. Messages now output to chat whenever the nameless seer or a reflecting mist spawns randomly in a map. That's probably pretty huge. The question is that when it spawns, like the words say, or is it when you get close to it and you see it? Continue to incrementally improve the sound, art, effects, and environments, as always. Players can no longer gain or lose experience in the following areas. Absence of... it's the pinnacle boss areas. I'm not reading all those. Atlas memories have been removed. That is why they were talking about Atlas memories in past tense. Existing items will be deleted upon logging in, and existing memories on your Atlas have been removed. They're just gone. Replaced entirely by Synthesis 2. Nice, nice. Introduce some new red tier Kirak missions that you might recognize from previous Atlas memories. So you get them there instead. That's what they were talking about. This is the idea that Octavian suggested. Breach splinters that drop during an encounter are now automatically collected and dropped at your location when the breach concludes. If you're in a party, it'll drop multiple stacks that are randomly allocated, and you can see a small notification above your character when a breach splinter is collected, similar to gold. Change of the century right here. Only to be improved if... Only could have been improved if they also vacuumed up the items, but like, whatever. The splinters were like the most annoying part by far. Commonly found scarabs now drop at higher stack sizes and higher tier maps, but are found less often. Nice. Using an Orb of Horizons on... Oh yeah, you can reroll your Guardians and Conquerors and stuff. Completing a non-unique map at a tier lower than it is naturally found no longer grants map bonus objective completion. So this is like when Kirak offers you a high tier map on a white mission or something. That no longer counts. Further improved level generation of blighted maps so they fail to open less often. Again. Well, improvement's improvement. The following maps have been added back to the Atlas, and they start with Acid Caverns. They already hate me, dude. Like, fuck that place, dude. It's so sad. Like, the boss there hurts so much. Arid Lake. I think that's the Emperor Vol one. Arsenal is kind of an annoying map. Bazaar. Canyon. That's a nice place, but the boss is scary. Conservatory is the potty room with Hector. Hector Tutusius, of course. Core. I don't remember which one that one is. Malachi, maybe? Like Big Malachi? Frozen Cabins, Ghetto, Grave Trough, Iceberg. Grave Trough isn't a cool map. I forgot about that one. Iceberg, Ivory Temple, Laboratory. I don't even remember the last time Ivory Temple was on the map. They're on the Atlas. Laboratory's back too. Kind of don't like that place. Mineral Pools, Park, Peninsula, Phantasmagoria, Precinct, Shipyard, Sunken City, Primordial Blocks, Gross, Tower. I also don't remember the last time that was on the Atlas. Villa, Wasteland, Waste Pool, Waterways, and Wharf. If they take out Haunted fucking Mansion, son of a bitch. We got 2 seasons this time, which is an improvement, but like, come on, man. Come on. Why? For all these shitty ass maps? Academy is out, Burial Chambers is out. That's a win at least. Cage is out. Caldera's out. Carcass, Cells, Crater, Courthouse, Coves. Man, Coves too? Desert too? Bruh. Dry Sea, Fields, Fungal Hollow. Man, did they take out... What was the other Reign of Chaos map? It's Fields and Castle Ruins. Now that's still in. We still have some hope. Fungal Hollow, Gardens, Graveyard, Haunted Mansion, Rest in Peace, Infested Valley, Lair, Lookout, Marshes, Pit, Port, Relic Chambers, Residence, Spider Lair, Sulfur Vents, and Summit. Bummer. Crafting recipes have been shuffled, and ones that were previously unlocked in maps that have been removed from the Atlas are now found within other maps currently on the Atlas. Atlas passive skills that provide additional chance for your maps to contain a master or extra content that can be turned off through Atlas passives now also cause scarabs in your maps to have an increased chance to be scarabs of that type of extra content. But don't worry, that doesn't count for Ruthless. Intelligence Gathering Notable has been replaced with the new Lethal Extraction Notable, which causes executing syndicate members in your maps to grant intelligence to their current division equal to 2 times their rank. So up to 6 per execution, that's fine. Straight and Narrow Notable Atlas has been replaced with the new Miner's Strike Notable, which prevents ore deposits and Calgaran Scarabs from appearing in your maps. Straight and Narrow, I believe, is the heist block, which is kind of okay, because like when a heist chest spawns, it's like not the end of the world, even if you don't like heist. You just don't click on it, or you click on it and throw it away. Like you forget about it forever. Added 2 Atlas memory clusters to the Atlas passive tree, including the following notable passive skills. These are reduced chance for each of the new pinnacle bosses, so that you're most likely to get one specific one that you actually like. But also the number of memory strands on equipment items found in your maps has a 50% chance to be lucky. That's probably gonna be like mandatory, in all honesty, if you're interested in crafting stuff. Settlers added. What the hell? Settlers added to the core game. Johan's finally satisfied with the upgrades. Now its services can be used to their full effects. No more town building. Gold can drop from slain monsters. Still used for paying wages. Still used for passive tree respecs. And the Gamba and the currency exchange. Though the currency exchange now starts in Act 6. Upon reaching the endgame, Johan will invite you to King's March. So you gotta wait till you get to maps. And that's when you start finding the ore and stuff like that. Shipping to items to Karui ports gives tattoos. Shipping to Calgaran ones gives rune grafts, which are like tattoos but for masteries. Recombinator now has PoE2 mode or PoE1 mode. Calgaran Scarabs for ores. Causes monsters guarding ore deposits to be at least magic, or ore deposits in area grant smelted bars instead of marking ore. 4 Settlers of Calgar clusters to the passive tree. I don't know why they didn't call them King's March clusters. 20% chance to contain ore deposits. Maps with ore deposits have 50% increased chance to contain 2 ore deposits. Ore deposits in your maps are more likely to be rarer varieties. 10% chance for ore deposits in your maps to be replaced by lost shipments. I assume that just doesn't require mining. Although it could be like you get some currency too, or like just other items. Crimson Iron ore deposits in your maps are guarded by 2 additional corrupted growths. 100% increased chance for ore deposits found in your maps to be Crimson Iron. Petrified amber ore deposits in your maps take 25% reduced damage. Verisium ore deposits in your maps can be channeled on for 30% longer. Yikes. Buffs from Orichalcum has 100% increased duration. Bismuth in your maps has a 30% chance to add an additional modifier to Monsters Bay effect. That should make them more difficult and more rewarding. Added a new Atlas Passive Keystone Refiner's Bargain. Equipment items with rarity dropped by possessed monsters in your maps have 25% chance to be converted to thaumaturgic dust. Sulfite found in your maps is granted as a random ore instead at 25% of the value. That's actually really interesting. Life Force found in your maps is granted as a random crop instead at 300% of the value. I don't like that it replaces a Life Force as well, but if you're not doing Delve or Harvest, that's like not that bad at all. Some other Atlas passive skills have moved location to make space for the new clusters and Keystone added. Now 5 job rankings for King's March workers instead of 10. Adjusted banana to more closely match the size of the Calguran virtual. Oh, hello? What the hell? What banana do they mean? Whose banana are we talking about here? Move to lamppost and... I know which lamppost they're talking about. I was about to say, yes, one of the lampposts, but I remember. I know exactly which one they're talking about. It's the one that was on the corner of the damn disenchanting box, the disenchanting house. That's like, because you have the disenchanting house, you got the mappers that go like in a like an L shape, and then you got Isla with the recombinator on the outside of the disenchanting building, and there was a lamppost right next to Isla that you couldn't squeeze between the lamppost and the disenchanting building to go to use the recombinator or the stash that was right next to it. It was so fucking annoying. So yes, get that lamppost out of here. Betrayal. The Mastermind boss fight is now separate from the Betrayal safe house mechanic. Let's fucking go. Defeating the boss no longer resets the state of the Syndicate. We've added a new Syndicate Medallion fragment, which can be used to travel to the Mastermind's lair. Fragment has a chance to drop from safe house leaders at high levels. So you're actually incentivized to go through them as quickly as possible. And then you can, if you don't like Katarina still, even with the improvements, you can just go sell the thing. It doesn't even matter. Mastermind boss fight has been improved, now with significantly fewer immunity phases and new rewards. Mastermind's lair cannot be accessed if you have not unlocked the endgame, so no level 1 Katarinas for you. Veiled modifiers on the Mastermind's unique items are now able to unveil some new modifiers that are exclusive to these uniques. Katarina, Master of Undeath, can now drop all flame embers. These new map fragments can add packs of monsters. They add packs, they don't convert any. But they can add packs of monsters and maps with different types of special monsters. Special monster packs have unusual properties, compositions, or rewards. And they can be placed in your map device like scarabs and used in conjunction with them to further customize your maps. Katarina no longer drops rare veiled items with exclusive modifiers. These are now exclusive to the unique items she can drop. She instead now drops rare double veiled items. Let's go. Amount of safe house intelligence obtained from choices made after defeating Immortal Syndicate members has been lowered. The time taken to reach a safe house is overall longer than before. That's kind of fun. You could do a safe house in like 2 or 3 maps. Or it was like pretty quick. Once you get your hands on a safe house leader, your only option now is to execute them. Okay. I suppose, I suspect, or I hope at least, that you will get intelligence for doing that. But we'll see. Oh, no. Yeah, you'd still want intelligence for that. Hopefully. Veiled orbs have been renamed to Veiled Exalted Orbs. Their functionality is unchanged. Reintroduced Veil, which I believe the functionality was remove a random mod, replace it with a... Maybe not replace it, but remove a random mod, also add a Veiled modifier. But anyways, reintroduce Veiled Chaos Orbs, which reforges a rare item with new random modifiers, including a random Veiled modifier. Huge. Safe House leaders now have a chance to drop Veiled Chaos Orbs. Safe House rewards have also been completely rebalanced. I'm very excited for some of those that they showed off. The Betrayal Scarab of Intelligence has been renamed to Betrayal Scarab of the Allflame. Now provides 75% increased number of monster packs substituted by Allflame members in the area. Actually huge. All of the bench recipes normally granted by unveiling items are instead now unlocked through maps on the Atlas. Similar to normal crafting bench modifiers, these ones must now be unlocked by interacting with one of the recipe objects that can be found near bosses in map areas. So there's going to be like half of the maps at least have crafting options on them. There are 41 new recipe objects which unlock veiled modifier crafting options on your crafting bench. Yeah, there's what, 125 maps? So not half, but not far off. Some veiled modifier crafting recipes have been combined with pre-existing recipe objects that unlock normal crafting bench modifiers. Okay, that's fine. No longer required to speak to June. Can now right-click. Actually, I wonder if this may be a buff to June. Okay, this is crazy, but if we no longer have to talk to June to unveil unveil items, that means I suspect she will no longer have the ability to unveil items, which means A, she won't have the button in her interface, and B, if you control click on her, it will no longer open the unveil window, which means control clicking on her may open up the vendor window, which is what I was which would be useful for me because June's my NPC person and I always control click her out of habit. And it opens the damn unveil window. So, maybe a buff to me specifically. No longer required to speak to June, yep. Excuse me. Removing all rivalries in the Immortal Syndicate is no longer an option offered when deciding to do with defeated Syndicate members, though there is a new option to remove all rivalries in the current division. Okay, so it's just between members of the same section. Bargaining with Immortal Syndicate members can now give multiple scarabs and veiled orbs, but fewer currency items. Not veiled orbs, veiled items, but fewer currency items. That's fine. Intensity stacks are now lost every 0.5 seconds while moving. Previously, every 0.25. Arcane Surge buff now grants 20% cast speed. Previously, 10%. Kind of huge. Also kind of huge, Animate Guardian. Animated Guardians now retain their items when they die. However, if your Animated Guardian dies, you cannot summon an Animated Guardian again in that area, unless that area is a hideout. Good thing they got that exception in there. Bane of Condemnation now has a base cast time of 0.8 seconds instead of 0.6. Increased mana cost at level 1 and level 20. Now deals 70 to 1,341. So it's a pretty spicy damage boost. Blade Blast of Unloading now has 5% more damage per Blade Vortex blade at all gem levels. If 2 daggers are equipped, Blade Blast of Dagger Detonation. If 2 daggers are equipped, each contributes 60% as much added damage at all gem levels, previously 50%. Blade Flurry of Incision now has 180% base attack speed instead of 160, and 61 to 111 effectiveness of base and added damage instead of 58 to 99. Now has 40% more crit chance for each stage, previously 35. Quality now provides plus 0 to 40 crit multi while at max stages, previously 0 to 5% more crit chance for each stage. So basically, the old quality effect is just getting wrapped into the main gem. Oh no, more crit chance for each stage. So it's actually less crit chance if you're always using it at max stages. But you get up to 40% more crit multiplier at max stages. So I mean that's probably all right. Blade Trap of Great Swords now has 147 to 220 effectiveness of base and added damage, previously 120 to 180. Now has a cooldown time of 6 seconds instead of 8. A Blade Trap of Laceration can now be used with one-handed axes. No longer has more damage with bleeding at gem levels 1 through 20, and now has bleeding inflicted by the skill deals damage 50% faster at all gem levels. Now has 180 to 260% effectiveness of base and added damage instead of 140 to 180. So level 1 is now the same as it was at level 20 previously. Kind of huge. Quality now provides bleeding inflicted by this skill deals damage even faster instead of more damage with bleeding. Not sure how that'll work out, but cool. Blade Flurry now has 68 to 125% effectiveness, and that is instead of 60 to 111. Now has 25% more damage with hits and ailments for each stage, previously 20. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more damage while at max stages, previously 0 to 5% more damage with hits and ailments for each stage. I don't remember, or I don't know off the top of my head how many stages Blade Flurry has. I want to say it's like 10, but I could be hallucinating. I don't play Blade Flurry all that often. So this may end up being less, but oh well, it has more effectiveness of base and added damage, so that's cool. Oh, Blade Vortex is what I was thinking of. That might have 10 stages. Yeah, I don't know. I don't play the ones the skills that start with Blade very often, so whatever. Base cast time of 1.2 seconds instead of 0.8. Mana cost of 14 to 36 instead of 10 to 26. And 300% effectiveness of damage at all gem levels instead of 200%. Base duration of 0.8 seconds instead of 0.6. Now deals 32 to 48 fizz damage at level 1 instead of 22 to 32. Yeah, so the base damage on that is like way higher. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more physical damage instead of base duration, which the old quality would have put it at 0.8. Like the old quality bonus would have put the base duration at 0.8. So you don't actually lose anything out of that. So it's just 20% more physical damage. Huge. Body swap of sacrifice explosion now deals base fire damage equal to 19 to 29% of the minions' maximum life at gem levels 1 to 20 instead of 15 to 24. Quality now provides explosion deals base fire damage equal to 0 to 5 of the minions' maximum life instead of 0 to 4. Cool. Blight now deals that much chaos damage. So it's the same base damage at level 1 and it's actually 20% more damage at level 20. Just a straight buff. Blight of Atrophy gets the same buff. Blight of Contagion gets 130 base damage, over 700. I think that's a little above 20%. Actually, maybe not. It's somewhere around 20%. Anyways, a debuff can now have up to 6 layers of damage, previously 5. Bone Shadow of Carnage Pulse now has 20% increased AoE per 0.1 second of stun duration, up to 400%. Previously 15% increased AoE. So it's another 5% on top of that. Quality now provides 0 to 20% more damage against stunned enemies. Previously, Pulse has increased AoE per... Okay, so the quality also got wrapped up into the gem, and the new quality is more damage. Burning Arrow of Vigor now has 75% attack speed of base instead of 70, and a mana cost of 7 to 13 instead of 8 to 14. Now deals added fire damage equal to 21 to 32% of max life at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 15 to 24. Nice, nice. Golem's Leap, Empowered Cascade, and Multi-Strike skills now do 20 to 25% more damage for carrying Golem of Scavenging. Quality now provides minions regenerate 0 to 3% of life per second instead of 0 to 2. Crackling Lance of Branching has way more effectiveness of added damage. Crackling Lance of Disintegration also has way more base damage. Oh, I'm sorry, effectiveness of added damage. Cold Snap has more effectiveness of added damage at level 20. Got way more damage at level 20. Though it's the same base damage at level 1. Also now deals way more cold damage per second at level 20 than it did before. Contagion also got a pretty significant buff. It actually, at level 1 it got nerfed by 0.1 damage. But at level 20 it got way more damage, so that's fine. Contagion of Subsiding also got way more. Contagion of Transference, similarly buffed. Cyclone now has 68.2 to 125.1 instead of 60.6 to 111.2. Now has 30 to 20% less move speed based on gem level instead of 30% less at all gem levels. And 15% increased AoE per 0.1 meter additional melee strike range. Previously 10% increase, so you get even larger cyclones. Quality now provides 0 to 5% increased AoE per 0.1 meter of additional strike range. Previously 0 to 10% more move speed. So the move speed's removed from quality and wrapped into gem level, and the new quality is just even more AoE on top of the already buffed AoE based on additional melee strike range. Cyclone of Tumult. More attack speed. More effectiveness of base and added damage. Mana cost reduced at level 1 and at level 20. Maximum of 5 stages instead of 6. More attack speed per stage instead of 20. I'm sorry, it's 25% more attack speed per stage instead of 20. And 15% increased AoE per 0.1 meter additional strike range, previously 10. Now gain stages every 0.4 seconds while channeling and lose them every 0.4 seconds while not channeling. So they gain and go away faster. Death Aura granted by Death, so unique body armor now deals 1250 chaos damage per second at gem level 20 instead of 1000. This is like the second league, I think, in a row. Like, I think this happened in Settlers League as well, but this is not the first time they've buffed the damage of Death Aura. Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction now deals that much fire damage, which is actually quite a bit less. Scaling to 287 to 431. Dear fuck. Base damage on Detonate Dead of Chain Reaction got eviscerated. And effectiveness of added damage also got destroyed. Get shit on. Play something else for once. Discharge of Misery now has 210% effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels instead of 180. And has 20% more AoE per charge removed instead of 15. Now deals 25 to 75 lightning damage per power charge instead of 21 to 63, so got a bit more damage there. Got a lot more damage at level 20. Fire damage from endurance charges went up by quite a lot. And similarly, cold damage from frenzy charges did too. Nice. Divine Ire now has 50% effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels instead of 45%. Now deals 19 to 29 fizz damage at gem level 1, previously 17 to 25, scaling to 253 to 380 instead of 203 to 305. Beam now deals 250% more damage with hits per stage after the first instead of 240. And deals 105% more damage with ailments per stage after the first, previously 100%. So slight These numbers didn't go up that much, but it's per stage, and I don't remember how many stages Divine Ire has, but it's quite a few. So that should still add up, and along with the other base damage buffs, should be pretty nice. Divine Ire of Disintegration got a heavier effectiveness of added damage buff. More of his damage. Longer cast time and a mana cost of 4 to 6 at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 3 to 5. So a slight mana increase on Divine Ire of Disintegration. Divine Ire of Holy Lightning now has 65% added of effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels instead of 60. Again, significantly more physical damage at all gem levels. Beam now deals 140% more damage with hits per stage after the first instead of 120, and deals 90% more damage with ailments per stage after the first, previously 80. Essence Drain did not change at level 1. Got buffed at level 20. And its damage over time also got buffed. Its damage over time at level 1 got nerfed by 0.2 again, but now it's doing more at 20. Desperation now, Essence Drain of Desperation now deals the same damage at level 1, more damage at 20. And way more damage at level 20. Hello? Wait a minute. There's a typo here. I read this as 91 to 14,276. That's a typo. It's probably it's probably 91.1 to 4,276.1. That seems a little more reasonable. They just forgot a hyphen. But still, 300 damage increase. It's like less than 10%, but still kind of nice. Certainly not a bad thing. Essence Drain of Wickedness got more effectiveness of added damage. The duration cut in half almost. Now has regenerate 1% of debuff damage as life instead of 0.5%. Got more damage. Both at level 1 and 20. And more damage over time. Exsanguinate, that's a fun one. Now deals 23.4 to 1334 base physical damage per second instead of 23.4 to 1121. So not a huge number increase, but significant. Exsanguinate Transmission now deals 26.2 to 1494 instead of 1256. Similar amounts. Eye of Winter of Finality got more effectiveness, longer cast time, higher mana cost. Now fires 16 shard projectiles in a spiral when the projectile ends instead of 12. And more base damage. Quality now provides projectiles continuously gain damage up to 0 to 20% more damage by the time they dissipate. So you want to hit with like the very end of the projectile. Interesting. I guess that's thematically appropriate for Eye of Winter of Finality. Old quality got wrapped up in the spell again, but also even better because instead of 2 additional shards, it's 4. Eye of Winter of Transience now has more damage, more effectiveness, I mean. Base cast time is 0.7 seconds, so it's a little faster and has slightly lower mana cost. Fire Trap has less damage. Flame Blast of Celerity now has a base cast time of 0.3 seconds instead of 0.25. Higher mana cost, a larger AoE, way more effectiveness of, way more spell damage for each stage. Quality now provides more spell damage for each stage instead of more AoE, which is again wrapped up into the ability. Flame Dash of Return got a damage boost. Love to see it. Now has 0 to 19% increased maximum travel distance at gem levels 1 to 20. Which that maximum travel distance is actually the old quality, but cut in half. And that new quality is Chance to Scorch. But yeah, it did get way more damage. Flame Dash build. Is it time? Flame Surge of Combusting now has 310% effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels instead of 280. Burning Ground now deals 50% of fire damage per second of inflicted ignite, previously 35%. More damage at level 1, more damage at level 20. And quality now provides Burning Ground deals 0 to 15% of fire damage per second of inflicted ignite. Cool, cool. Firestorm of Meteors got a chunky damage buff. Base damage didn't go up that much. Although that's still 10%, so that's pretty good. Scaling up to... Again, another 10% or so. Frostblade's projectiles now deal 30% less damage with hits and ailments. Get shit on. Frostblades of Catabasis got its damage shredded. Oh my fuck. 86% effectiveness of base and added damage at level 1 instead of 143, and 240% at 20 instead of 409. Rest in peace, Frostblades of Catabasis. Dear fuck. Forbidden Rite of Soul Sacrifice now deals 20% of your maximum energy shield as base chaos damage instead of 15, and has take 50% of maximum energy shield as chaos damage, previously 40%. So got more base damage and makes you hurt more. Cool. Frostbomb of Forthcoming got more damage, and oh yeah, more damage. Galvanic Field of Intensity. Looks like more effectiveness, more damage, and more damage. Yep. Now fires a beam every 0.2 seconds instead of 0.3, and can target each enemy only once every 0.7 seconds instead of 0.8. So you still have to wait. Like if you're only doing it against one target, you still have to wait quite a while, but not quite as much. Glacial Cascade of the Fissure now has a base crit chance of 6% instead of 5. Now has 140 to 160% effectiveness of added damage instead of 110 to 130. Hex Blast of Havoc now has a base radius of 2.5 instead of 2.8. And a pretty significant increase to the effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels. Holy Flame Totem can now target enemies 33% farther away to match spell totems. It's kind of huge. Because Holy Flame Totem fires in an arc anyways, so like going 33% farther means it hits way wider, you know? Holy Flame Totem of Ire can now target enemies 33% farther away and has more projectile speed. And quality provides increased consecrated ground area instead of the old projectile speed. Ice Crash of Cadence now has faster attack speed, lower mana cost, and more Fizz's Extra Cold. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze, larger AoE, freezes enemies as though dealing 300 to 490% more damage at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 200 to 390. Pretty significant. Quality now provides freeze enemies as though dealing an extra 80% more damage instead of the extra radius. Cool beans. Ice Nova Frostbolts can now expand from up to 2 Frostbolt projectiles instead of 4, so it got shit on. No longer has 25% less AoE when cast on Frostbolt. Now has a base radius of 1.8 to 2.2 meters at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 2.6 to 3. So that Ice Nova Frostbolts got dumpstered. Incinerate of Expanse now has a base cast time of 0.25 instead of 0.3. Mana cost of 3 to 5 instead of 1 to 6. So higher on the low end, lower on the high end. Quality now causes Final Wave to deal 0 to 150% more damage with hits instead of 0 to 100, and 80% more damage with Ignite instead of up to 50. Dear fuck, how much more is there? Okay, we're almost through the normal skills. Ice Nova Frostbolts. Incinerate of Venting has more effectiveness. Maximum of 15 stages instead of 12. Same damage at level 1. More damage at level 20 and extra stages from quality. Or 1 extra stage from quality instead of the 2 that was there before. So you can actually get up to 18 stages instead of a previous max of 14. Infernal Cry now has a mana cost of 15 to 19 instead of 7 to 10, so a pretty heavy mana cost now. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens now shocks enemies as though dealing more damage. Lightning Strike projectiles now deal less damage with 50% less damage with hits and ailments. Get shit on. Lightning Strike of Arcing, same nerf. Lightning Tendrils of Eccentricity now releases a stronger pulse every 0.5 pulses. Lightning Tendrils of Escalation now has a base cast time of 0.35 instead of 0.23. And a mana cost of 1 to 7 instead of 1 to 5, so a higher mana cost. Though it also got more effectiveness. Way more damage at level 1. And way more damage at level 20 as well. Molten Strike projectiles now deal 60% less damage with hits and ailments, previously 50%. So actually, only 20% worse. Molten Strike of the Zenith projectiles now deal 60% less damage with hits and ailments, previously 50%. It's the same nerf on normal Molten Strike. Every 5th attack projectiles now deal 600% more damage with hits and ailments, previously 800%. Perforate of Bloodshed now creates 6 spikes instead of 5. Has a good bit more extra effectiveness of base damage. I'm sorry, base attack damage. Quality now provides more damage with bleeding instead of an extra spike. Perforate of Duality now grants 5 spikes instead of 3. It's probably the same thing. Quality now provides more damage in Blood Stance and 20% more AoE while in Sand Stance. Power Siphon got nerfed. Its effectiveness got shit on. I like a lot. Although it has a much higher attack speed. So trade-offs. Power Siphon of the Archmage now has 60% effectiveness of added damage instead of 100. Now has an attack speed of 150. So it's the same. Basically the same changes. Base Power Siphon. Purifying Flame of Revelations no longer has 0 to 0.2 meters of radius. Now is 0.5 to 1.1 meters of radius of consecrated ground at gem levels 1 to 20. Instead of 0 to 0.6. Shockwave now deals a 110 more damage, previously 90. Quality now causes Shockwave to deal 30% more damage instead of 20%. Raise Spectre of Transience now has base cast time of 0.6 seconds instead of 0.7. Lower mana cost. Minions now have 800 to 1180% increased crit chance at levels 1 to 20 instead of 1000% at all gem levels. Reap got more damage per second, more physical damage per second at level 20. Righteous Fire of Arcane Devotion has more cast speed. Oh, now grants more cast speed. So that's cool. Nice little buff for casting other spells. Scorching Ray, additional debuff stages now add 80% of damage instead of 60%. Quality now provides fire exposure applies to fire exposure applies 0 to -5% fire resistance. Previously, additional debuff stages add 0 to 10% of damage. So kind of got wrapped into the quality, kind of got wrapped into the base gem, but then it got a little extra on top of that. Scorching Ray of Immolation got more damage. Scourge Arrow, more effectiveness. Thorn Arrows now deal less damage. Thorn Arrows now deal 60 to 50% less damage at gem levels 1 to 20 instead of 50% at all gem levels, so it's a little weaker earlier, but it's the same at level 20. It just gets the higher effectiveness. Shield Crush of the Chieftain now has base attack time of 0.9 seconds instead of 1. Lower mana cost. More added fire damage per armor on shield. At all levels. Siphoning Trap has more damage. Soul Rend, more damage. Soul Rend of the Spiral, more damage. Spellslinger now has a base mana reservation of 20% at all gem levels instead of 30 to 25% at levels 1 through 20. So that'll make Spellslinger a little more reasonable to use. I remember when it was the thing, like the only thing to use. And then they put that reservation on it and it kind of destroyed its popularity. Splitting Steel projectiles can no longer return. Now has a good little bit of extra effectiveness of base and added damage. And higher radius. Splitting Steel of ammunition. Also projectiles can no longer return, but similarly, more damage, more AoE. Faster cast time for Stormburst and a lower mana cost. Summon Chaos Golem. Golems now grant plus 17% to chaos damage resistance at all gem levels, replacing the 3 to 5% physical damage reduction Golems previously granted. Golems also now grant 10 to 16% to damage over time multiplier at gem levels 1 through 20. That's kind of huge. Chaos Golem of the Maelstrom. The Maelstrom skill now inflicts significantly more wither stacks to enemies within the area. Quality now causes minions to have increased effective wither. Previously, minions have 0 to 20% chance to inflict withered on hit. That's pretty nice. Flame Golem now grants 20 to 29% increased damage at levels 1 to 20 instead of 15 to 20. Golems now also grant 20% increased AoE at all gem levels. Bro, are golems like runnable now? Like, are we supposed to have them running around buffing us now? Because 20% increased AoE sounds kind of nice. Flame Golem of the Meteor. Meteor skill now deals 30% more damage. Ice Golems now grant 40% increased crit strike even. Instead of 20 to 30. Golems now also grant 132 to 420. Nice. Accuracy rating at gem levels 1 to 20, replacing the 20 to 30% increased accuracy they previously granted. That's kind of fine. Because then the flat added stuff will just get multiplied with any other increased accuracy stuff you have. Lightning Golems now grant 10% increased attack and cast speed at all gem levels, previously 6 to 9. Nice. Golems now grant mana regen. Summon Raging Spirit of Enormity. Minions now have 40 to 78% crit multiplier. And quality now provides 0 to 10% more minion move speed instead of the old crit multiplier. Summon Reaper of Eviscerating. Quality now causes minions to have 0 to 20% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets they hit with attacks, instead of 20% chance to inflict bleeding. Summoner Reaper of Evidence now has maximum of 3 to 4 Summoner Reapers at levels 1 to 20, previously 3 at all levels. Skeletons and mages. Skeletal mages now have 20% chance to inflict their respective elemental ailment. Stone Golem now also grants 20% increased defenses. Kinda sick. Void Sphere of Rending buffs, huge. Larger radius. Faster pulses. Longer duration from quality instead of larger radius. Vortex got more effectiveness, actually less damage at level 1, and more damage at level 20. Also, similarly, its base cold damage over time went down on level 1 and up at level 20. Vortex of Projection has more effectiveness. And looks like the same story as normal Vortex. Winter Orb now has 80% effectiveness of added damage at all gem levels instead of 60. Now deals 39 to 49 cold damage at level 1 instead of 30 to 37. Higher damage at level 20. Now has 8 stages instead of 10. And increased duration per stage. So the full duration actually goes down quite a bit. Just the increased duration per stage going up makes it a little less drastic. Now also has 125% more projectile frequency while channeling instead of 150%, and increased projectile frequency per stage, previously 15%. So that also seems like it went down because the maximum stages went down. On top of all that, a Winterbrand gets more base damage. Sick. Alright, Val skills, Val Blight gets more base damage. Val Cold Snap, more effectiveness, less at level 1, more at level 20 probably, yep. Same story with DPS, damage over time. Val Cyclone now has increased AoE per 0.1 meter of additional strike range. This is probably mirroring the normal Cyclone changes. Yeah, it looks like it. Val Lightning Strike similarly got dumpstered like regular Lightning Strike. Val Reap also got buffed. Yep. Alright. Arcane Surge support. Supported skills now deal 14 to 35% more spell damage while you have Arcane Surge at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 10 to 25, so that went up pretty significantly. Arcane Surge now grants increased mana regen and increased cast speed at all gem levels. Oh, so the mana regen got nerfed because it used to go from 30 to 58 and now it just stays at 30. And the increased cast speed is 20% at level 1 all the way to 20 instead of going from 10 to 20. So it's like pretty much the only buff there is the more damage. But on top of all this, Arcane Surge is like way more valuable now because it has a 20% more cast speed multiplier instead of 10% like as its base value. So its the base value of Arcane Surge went way up, so it's kind of okay that they mess with Arcane Surge support. Archmage supported skills now gain added lightning damage equal to 10 to 16% of unreserved maximum mana, previously 10 to 19. So Archmage got nerfed again. Awakened Spell Echo now has a cost and reservation multiplier of 140 instead of 150. No longer causes supported skills to deal 10% less damage. Huge. Awakened Unleash now has a lower cost reservation. Supported skills now deal 35 to 33% less damage when reoccurring instead of 40 to 38. So a pretty significant buff there for Awakened Unleash. Decay support got buffed at level 20. I was going to say, if they buff Decay on the low end, by a lot. It's going to make it a lot more easy to just throw that on basically anything, like early on. But no, they actually reduce the damage by 1 at level 1, so that's fine. Greater Spell Echo has a lower cost and reservation multiplier. Infused Channeling has a higher damage reduction on it. While channeling a supported skill, you take 12% less damage instead of 8. Intensify now has a lower cost and reservation multiplier and a higher, more multiplier for area damage with hits per intensity. Pinpoint, lower cost reservation multiplier and a lower damage penalty at all levels. Returning projectiles, 70 to 66% less damage with hits and ailments while returning at gem levels 1 through 20 instead of 70 to 61, so returning projectiles got nerfed by a little bit at level 20. Sacrifice, supported skills now sacrifice 20% of your life, of your current life when cast to gain added cast damage equal to 35 to 54% of sacrifice life. So it's 35 to 54% of sacrifice life instead of 25 to 44, so it's like way more. Spell Echo now has a cost and reservation multiplier of 140 instead of 150. No longer causes supported skills to deal 10% less damage. Same, funny enough, it's echoing Awakened Echo. Unleash now has a cost and, now has a lower cost and reservation multiplier. Lower damage penalty, again, like the Awakened one. Ascendancy changes for Berserker. Defy Pain Ascendancy passive has been reworked. It now causes you to gain Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life. Actually, you know what? Before we get into Ascendancies, I gotta get up and stretch and get a drink, because I am burning up in here. It is hot as shit. But I appreciate y'all watching. I hope you're enjoying. If you are and you're not already, make sure you smack the like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. The follow button if you're watching on Twitch. And I will be right back momentarily, but I don't really have a be right back screen, because my hard drive exploded, so the file's gone. So we won't leave you with just a black screen. Please hold. Please hold. Yeah, buddy. Perfect. Actually, you know what? What if we do it this way instead, so it's not a black screen? I think it was this one. Oh no. Hello. That's my recording scene. There we go. We'll put it right there so there's contrast. Yeah. Alright, friends. Sorry about that. Also, after leaving my room, or literally any room that doesn't have a computer pouring off heat into it, and then coming back into this room, it is hot as shit in here. What the fuck? Alright. We return. So we left off Berserker changes. Also, what better to drink than when you're burning up than hot coffee? For some reason, that was the idea I went with. Anyways, Berserker, Defy Pain, Ascendancy passive skill has been reworked. Now causes you to gain Defiance for 10 seconds on losing life to an enemy hit. No more than once every 0.3 seconds. I don't know what Defiance does, but cool. Oh no, it says. No more than once every 0.3 seconds. Also causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per Defiance. Ah, you know what? I forgot about Defiance of Destiny, so that makes sense. Causes you to gain 3% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy per Defiance, and causes you to lose all Defiance when you reach 10. Okay. So up to 27% missing unreserved life recovered. Blitz Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with a new notable Gore Dancer, gross, which grants 30% of your life leech as instant and requires Aspect of Carnage. Ah, Aspect of Carnage, I believe, is the one that says deal more damage, take more damage. So that's fun. Flawless Savagery Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with a new notable Ancestral Fury, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. Interesting. I don't know what Flawless Savagery was offhand, but cool. Actually, I wonder if we can look. Certainly, Path of Building has not been updated, if Path of Building still exists on my computer. Sure does, thank God. Did not lose it when my hard drive exploded, so there's that. So what is it? Defy Pain? Defy Pain is 10 Defiance for... Oh no, Defy Pain got reworked, so it's totally different. Blitz got replaced with a new notable, which is this one. So you no longer gain the Blitz charges on crits and get the reduced crit chance and more attack speed and all that. And now instead, you get 30% of life leech is instant. And that is not... That is now tied behind Aspect of Carnage. So either Aspect of Carnage is going right here, or Blitz is going down there. And having its name changed to Gore Dancer. So Flawless Savagery was adds 20 to 3 physical damage if you've dealt the crit recently, more crit multiplier, more crit chance, or increased crit chance. Now is called Ancestral Fury, which causes your strike skills to also target the previous location they were used. Alright. I don't know how I feel about that, but it's kind of interesting. I guess the big damage coming from the Ascendancy now is Aspect of Carnage and the Rage stuff. That's probably what they're going for. Alright. For Champion, the Fortitude Ascendancy passive skill now causes you to have your maximum fortification, previously 15, and nearby allies count as having fortification equal to yours. Excuse me, so sorry. Unstoppable Hero Ascendancy passive skill no longer causes nearby allies to count as having fortification equal to yours, because that's wrapped up in Fortitude. And now grants 3% more armor and evasion rating per fortification above 20, and 3% increased attack speed per fortification above 20. What is the maximum? 20 is the maximum now, right? They don't tell you what the fortification is. I'm pretty sure it's 20. But then there's also ways to get more. Yeah, right. Worthy Foe Ascendancy passive skill no longer requires Conqueror and now has U-Taunt on hit. Worthy Foe being, wait, champion is here? Enemies taunted by you take increased damage, cannot evade your attacks. And you taunt on hit. Okay, so there's, you no longer need to rely on war cries or anything to actually get the taunt effect there. Conqueror Ascendancy has been replaced with the new Worthy Causes notable that grants a Conqueror Ascendancy. Oh, because the taunt was here, and that was required to get Worthy Foe. Okay. Reduce damage taken if you taunted an enemy recently. Enemies taunted by you deal 20% less damage with hits and ailments against other targets. So that is being replaced with Worthy Causes, which grants having a placed banner does not prevent you gaining Valor, and banner skills have 50% increased duration. Though that will require Inspirational, which is this one. Increased effect of non-curse auras from your skills. You and allies near your banners regenerate 0.1% life per second for each Valor consumed. For that banner, when you leave your banner's area, recover 30% of the Valor consumed for that banner. Okay. I'm not a huge enjoyer of the banner skills in either of the Path of Exiles, so that's not exactly exciting for me. Fortitude now grants the 20%, I'm sorry, the full fortification. Oh, Unstoppable Hero now buffs you for your fortification. Okay. Should have looked at that before. All right, Hierophant is the next one, which is up here. I think it's this one. Templar is probably my least played class, so I don't remember these offhand. Sanctuary of Thought Ascendancy passive skill no longer grants 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills or 50% less mana cost of skills. Now provides regen 1% of mana per second. That is sad. You still get the mana, maximum mana as extra maximum energy shield. But damn. That's pretty sad. Although, like, Sanctuary of Thought seems like it's good for pretty much any build because of those two things. When really, I think they wanted it more for the mana stacking business. So it makes sense, but like that's a pretty hefty loss for Hierophant. Saboteur added a new Shrapnel Specialist Ascendancy passive skill, which causes projectiles to have a 50% chance to return to you and projectiles to be fired in random directions. So that's new over there. Explosives Expert Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with a new notable Calculated Risk, which causes your critical strike chance to be lucky and damage with hits to be unlucky. Requires Bomb Specialist or Shrapnel Specialist. So where the hell is Shrapnel Specialist? Oh, the new one. Okay. So it's going to be between here and the new one. Though Explosives Expert is the one going away, so you lose the 40% crit multiplier against burning enemies, increased crit chance against shocked enemies, and damage pens 10% elemental resistance against shield enemies. So that's also a pretty hefty loss, but a lucky crit chance is pretty darn good. But damage with hits to being unlucky is also pretty damn bad. So I don't know, that feels kind of rough for Saboteur. Trickster. I don't remember which one's Assassin and which one's Trickster. That one. Polymath Ascendancy passive now provides 2% more damage for each different type of mastery you've located, previously 3%. Escape Artist Ascendancy passive skill now provides +4 to evasion rating per 1 maximum energy shield instead of +5. And +1 maximum energy shield per 8 evasion rating on equipped body armor, previously per 6. So Trickster just got straight up nerfed. Okay. Fucking finally. This might be like the first time in the entire time I've been playing Path of Exile Trickster's got nerfed. Maybe the second, but like not much more than that. Shaper of Storms Ascendancy on Elementalist. No longer has 25% more effective lightning ailments to inflict with hits if the highest damage type is lightning. It now has shocks from your hits always increase damage taken by at least 25% instead of 15. Excuse me. So this one. Hits always shock. All damage can shock. It lost the bottom line. But you just have an extra 10% minimum effective shock, which is kind of okay. You get more value out of that. If you're like not trying to lightning max, you know, like if you're playing one of the other ones, then Shaper of Storms is better, because then you don't need to worry about lightning damage being your highest to get the higher effective shock. Though if you are playing lightning, this is worse, because then you can't get like more effective shock in other places, or like to try and scale that beyond the 25% you get base now. I guess that would be the way to look at that, I think. Shaper of Winter Ascendancy passive skill no longer has more effective cold ailments. Chills from your hits always reduce action speed by at least 15%. Oh no, it no longer has the more effective cold ailments with hits for which the highest damage type is cold. Chills from your hits always reduce action speed by 15%, or your chills can reduce action speed up to a maximum of 40%. Instead, it now causes enemies chilled by your hits. It now causes enemies chilled by your hits lessen their damage dealt by half of chill effect. I feel like a better way to write that is enemies chilled by your hits deal reduced damage by half of their chill effect. And enemies chilled by your hits have damage taken increased by chill effect. Okay. But you still have all damage with hits can chill. So it lost the bottom 3 lines. And now you get more damage out of it, which I think is probably all right. The loss of the slow is definitely not a good thing. Like that's going to be noticeable for sure. It's not nothing, but the gains that are replacing those losses are pretty significant as well. Shaper of Flames Ascendancy no longer has 25% more damage with ignites you inflict with hits. I'm sorry, 25% more damage with ignites you inflict with hits, for which the highest damage type is fire. That's gone. Instead, it now causes enemies ignited by you to convert 40% of their physical damage to fire. Interesting. So if you're stacking like 90% fire res, then that's a pretty hefty physical damage reduction. I mean, even if you don't do that, it's still a hefty physical damage reduction, because you have like a bare minimum of 75% fire damage when you don't necessarily have that with physical damage, especially playing a caster class. So that's good. The Liege of the Primordial, that would be this one. Increased effective buffs granted by your golems. Summon golems are resummoned 4 seconds after being killed, +1 a maximum number of golems. Now grants +2 summon golems, previously 1, and grants summon golems are immune to elemental damage. Not bad. And they still get resurrected for 4 seconds, like 4 seconds after they get killed, and they still have the buff. So you just get an extra one, and they're tankier. Cool. Elemental Ascendancy passive skill has been replaced with a new notable, Bringer of Ruin, which grants 66% increased mana reservation efficiency of Herald skills and increased Herald skill buff effect. And no longer requires Liege of the Primordial. Oh, so they're moving. So actually this is nerfed then. Kind of. So Elementor is basically 2 points cheaper. But it's not as good because you lose 25% increased effective buffs granted by your golems per golem. So it's the top and bottom lines got wrapped up in Liege of the Primordial, and now there's a new one that's not locked behind that, which is the Herald one. It still kind of feels like a nerf for golem enjoyers, I guess. Then again, golems all just got buffed, so like maybe it evens out. But I don't know, maybe not. Anyways, that's the Ascendancy changes. Elemental Mastery that cause hits to have a chance to treat enemy monster elemental resistance values as inverted now has a chance of 15% instead of 25%. Honestly, I kind of, when I saw that's what they were talking about, like when I read up to here, I was like, maybe they're removing it. And honestly, I'd be kind of okay with that because it feels like just an auto take on pretty much any elemental damage build. But no, it's just 15% instead of 25. Just less effective. The Leech passive mastery that previously provided 10% of Leech's instant now has a value of 5%. A Link passive mastery, I'm tempted to not even read this because who uses Link skills? Well, rather, I don't use Link skills ever. But Link passive mastery that granted elemental ailments are inflicted on you instead of Link targets has been replaced with a new mastery that causes enemies in your Link beams to be unable to apply elemental ailments. Pretty handy. The Wand passive mastery that granted unnerve enemies on hit with wands has been replaced with a new mastery that provides 25% increased mana reservation. Provides 25% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills supported by Spellslinger. Handy. There are additional passive skill tree changes related to both casters and cold damage that we're still finalizing. Check back soon. Okay. Balance of Terror, unique jewels. You are unaffected by freeze if you've cast Frostbite in the past 10 seconds. Now correctly grants unaffected by freeze instead of immunity to freeze. Interesting. Man, if I was trying to use a build that was trying to if I was using a build that tried to take advantage of that and then I found out they worded it wrong, I'd be so pissed. But yeah, there's definitely a big difference between being unaffected by something and being immune to it. Because if you're unaffected by it, you can still be frozen, but you can still take advantage of stuff that's like, take less damage while you're frozen or something like that. I don't even know where any of that would be, but I'm sure there's something like that somewhere in the game. The old self-freeze builds. Bitterbind Point Unique Shield now has 50 to 100% increased spell crit chance per raised specter, previously 40 to 50. No longer has increased spell damage, but Bitterbind Point they specifically showed in the announcements with a veiled modifier option of +1 maximum specters, which is like huge. So there's more to this than this unique than just that. Cane of Kulamak can now be rarely found with 4 veiled modifiers. Sick. Devouring Diadem unique helmet no longer provides +1 level socketed gems. Ephemeral Edge now has attacks with this weapon have added maximum lightning damage equal to 10 to 15% of player's maximum energy shield. What the fuck? Oh, okay, got nerfed. From 20%. Existing versions of this item can be made worse using a Divine Orb. Definitely don't do that. Mercenaries lot unique gloves are no longer part of the core drop pool and can instead be found equipped to certain mercenaries. That makes sense. This unique now also has 8% of damage from hits is taken from marked target's life before you. That's hilarious. I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Gotta check something. Is that the right one? That's the wrong one. It's that one. All right, we're good. This one. We're back. The Nadir mode unique jewel now causes spells to have increased crit chance per intensity. That's 30 to 50% crit chance per intensity, previously 30%. Can update that with a Divine Orb. Queen's Hunger unique body armor triggered offering skills are now triggered in a set order rather than random every time. Unique no longer provides increased cast speed. Ralakesh's Impatience boots now have one of either count as having maximum number of endurance charges, maximum frenzy charges, or maximum power charges. Rest in peace, Ralakesh. They now also have increased move speed and immune to corrupted blood. Oh, damn. Well, trade-offs. But that's still a pretty huge loss. Still usable, but still pretty sad. But they were really good before, like really good. So, oh well. The Divination Scarab of Plenty now causes an area to contain 3 additional packs of Divination Touch magic monsters that have 1,000% increased chance to drop div cards, previously 800. These additional packs now display Divination Touch underneath their health bar to distinguish them from other monsters. Yeah, anytime I used that Scarab, I could never really tell which ones I was supposed to be paying attention to. But the Titanic Scarab of Legend now has a limit of 1 instead of 2. The only one would have applied anyways. There are additional changes to scarabs that we're still finishing. Check back soon. Drop chance of Orbs of Regret has been lowered. This chance has been distributed across the other currency items that can drop. Well, at least we still have gold respec as an option, even if it's still expensive as shit. Weapons and armor with multiple attribute requirements now have a lower chance to roll attribute modifiers. I guess that's because they have twice as many. Well, I think it's pretty normal most of the time for any piece of gear. Actually, no, that's not true. Never mind. I'm spreading misinformation. Oh well. Less chance to roll attributes on armor with multiple attribute requirements. Life and mana leech modifiers on equipment items and jewels now roll as suffixes instead of prefixes. Does not affect items with existing prefix leech modifiers. I think that's kind of bad, isn't it? Although, one less thing to roll if you're trying to roll like really nice prefixes on a weapon, so that's nice at least. It's just your suffixes are a little tougher to roll now. Anyways, scepters, staves, rune daggers, and wands now roll attack modifiers less often. War staves and attack daggers are unaffected by this change. Staves now roll a higher tier of increased mana regen rate, scaling up to 105 at the highest tier. Bench modifiers for increased mana regen have also been updated to be higher on two-handed weapons. Res modifiers can no longer roll or be crafted on weapons. Actually huge, okay. So even with Leech going to suffixes, removing resistances from weapons makes that a lot easier. Synthesized implicit resistance modifiers also no longer roll on weapons. Redeemer's prefix modifier on influence helmets for physical damage taken as cold no longer has higher than expected values compared to fire and lightning equivalents on other helmet-based types, which also resulted in the elevated version having lower than expected values. Veiled and crafting bench modifiers that granted AoE and area damage, projectile speed and projectile damage, and melee strike damage can now roll on gloves instead of amulets. Existing items are unaffected. Veiled and crafting bench modifiers that granted AoE and level of socketed AoE gems, projectile pierce, and level of socketed projectile gems, as well as melee strike range and level of socketed melee gems can no longer roll on gloves, though are still able to roll on helmets. Hybrid added elemental damage, veiled, and crafting bench modifiers can now roll on amulets in addition to rings, shields, and quivers. Okay, pretty nice. The following div card has been temporarily disabled. Avian Pursuit. I don't remember what that one is. Existing div cards cannot be turned in currently. Bargain Divination card has been re-enabled and now rewards a Flawless Breachstone. Huge. Mayor Divination card has been re-enabled and now awards a Light of Meaning. Monochrome has been re-enabled. Let's go. And rewards a Valdo's Puzzle Box. Hell yeah. Somebody's Wisdom Divination card has been re-enabled. Now rewards a Corrupted Tabby with 2 implicit modifiers. Squandered Prosperity Divination card has been re-enabled and now rewards a Corrupted The Light of Meaning unique jewel. Underground Forest has been re-enabled and now awards 10 Grand Eldritch Icors. Hell yeah. Those sound exciting. Monochrome is like one of my favorite card arts in the game. Monochrome. Yeah, look at that shit. It's cool as fuck. Doesn't say what that used to give. Oh yeah, they turned it off because it used to give sextants. What did this give? Also sextants. Okay. What did Avian Pursuit give while we're looking? Ah, Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts. Ruthless Specific, I'm not even reading that. As Merry monsters located around ritual altars can no longer drop omens. Bummer. Kirak League mods are... Map crafting options now also grant 50% increased chance for scarabs found in the altar to be of that type of content. That's kind of sick. There's a Settler's map device crafting option for 3 Chaos Orbs for ore deposits. But we have changes to the costs on all of these, actually. But we have Abyss, Ambush, Anarchy, Beyond. Oh, Anarchy got buffed. Causes the area to contain 7 additional Rogue Exiles instead of 3. And the Abyss one got buffed as well, because it makes the area contain 3 Abysses instead of 2. But we have Beyond, Blight, Breach, Delirium, Essence, and causes the area to contain 3 additional imprisoned monsters instead of 4, so that got nerfed. Expedition, Harbinger, which causes the area to contain 3 additional Harbingers instead of 2. Heist for 3 Smugglers caches instead of 2. Legion for 2 additional Legions instead of 1. Ritual, Torment, with 8 Spirits instead of 3. And Ultimatum. Alright. Focus channeling support is now offered to the Witch and Shadow for completing Fixture of Fate, which is the library quest with Cioza. It can be purchased from Clarissa by the Templar and Scion. UI changes. Your map device now has a small 4x5 rucksack. That's the word they went with. So this is the return of that. I don't think we're getting it in any other form. To store maps, map fragments, and currency items. Can I use Control plus Quick options on the crafting bench? Wait, can I use Control plus Click on options in the crafting bench interface to apply the craft without having to click the craft button? Actually huge. I'll be doing that all the time. Added quick use currency buttons to strongboxes and essences. Vendor interfaces will now remember any search text. Attempting to build or upgrade a blight tower now pauses the game when using a controller. Yeah, that would be annoying as shit. Without a mouse. When multiple league actions are bound to the same input, the game will now attempt to trigger each action in order until one succeeds, rather than only attempting the first action bound to the input. Enemy and interactable targeting is now separate when using a controller. Updated various NPC dialogue interfaces to use the same layout as more recently added NPCs. Added an option to hide offline guild members in the guild page of the social panel. Maximum character limit of search text boxes to 250. Also huge. Regexes are going to go crazy. Reduce the text size of the quest tracker HUD. Hell yeah. MTX changes. Dawn of the Hunt mystery box have been enabled for use in Path of Exile. Executioner's Guillotine is in PoE1 now. Nice. And a bunch of bug fixes, which I don't want to bother reading. So yeah, that's our announcement and patch notes for Secrets of the Atlas. So far, I'd say pretty exciting. It's nice to have new PoE stuff to look forward to, I will say that as well. I don't know what build I want to play though. I'm kinda leaning towards Divine Ire. It was the first thing I thought of when they were like, spell changes. Oh, Divine Ire. But I think about that spell all the time. So maybe, and I have done it probably like 2 or 3 times. So maybe we find something else. But now we have all the information, so we can start thinking about that kind of thing. I'm probably gonna want to farm a shitload of betrayal. But yeah, we'll figure something out. I really want to see that unit, or that was an axe that drops from one of the new pinnacle bosses. Like that Starfall one looks sick as hell. I kind of want to try that. So we definitely won't be doing that first, but if it's not like an absurdly expensive unique, I may try a build with that later on. But, and I was planning on mapping today, but I also didn't expect this to take almost precisely 4 hours. So I believe this is where we're going to end the stream. But appreciate y'all watching. Hope you enjoyed. Actually, we're gonna double check one thing real quick as well. Did Path of Exile 2 0.2.1 come out today? Ayo. Nah, PoE2 servers are restarting in 5 minutes. I suspect that's probably for 0.2.1. So we'll give that a real look tomorrow. because I also need to like open my fucking window because it's hot as shit in here. So sorry we're not looking at that. But we'll be back tomorrow to actually play 0.2.1 and PoE2, and then we'll play it on Saturday as well. And then next week we'll start streaming on, was it Friday? The new league comes out 8 days from now. So yeah, next Friday. So next week our streams will be offset by 1 day. I'll be streaming Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and we'll be doing 12-hour streams all 3 of those days. So, and then I'll be starting at, was it 4 p.m.? Yeah, we'll be starting at 4 p.m. to 4 a.m. for Friday, Saturday, Sunday next week, to give a real good shot at the first PoE League in damn near a year. So look forward to that. Look forward to tomorrow's stream at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And yeah, we'll be checking out PoE 0.2.1 that day. So have yourselves a good night, and I will see you tomorrow. Yeet.